Towelhead.
Is that Lance? I don't know.
I don't know.
Nobody can tell.
Towelhead gives his picks coming up. He unfolds his picks coming up.
Straight. 6 locks tonight.
That's right.
Jump
6
aboard.
tonight.
Lance'sLock.com. You guys got to help me get creative when I get in the pool for the video.
We are, yes.
Yeah, okay. This is the one I wanted to get to from Connor, though, because this is the boldest one of all.
All right.
In my opinion.
Okay.
LSU's leader in touchdown passes this year is Garrett Nussmeier.
That is super bold. I don't buy that at all. Unless Jay Daniels gets hurt.
Yeah, I was going to say if Connor's got a voodoo doll and he's going to like snap Jaden's leg.
He talks about Jaden running the ball and stuff. And he says injuries could be a factor.
Well, is that what he's saying? Okay.
Injuries could be a factor because he runs the ball and exposes himself so much. But also, if he starts to struggle, Nussmeier has looked so good that it could be a guy where they end up making a switch at some point.
It's a far bolder pick if you're picking that it's just performance-based.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if Jaden Daniels is a Heisman finalist.
You could win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round Blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand. Available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round Blend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're back inside, back in Birmingham, back from Ocean City. Thank you to everyone out at Ocean City at the Residence Inn Marriott for hosting us last week. What a fantastic trip. Some pictures rolling from Forrester there. What a great time up there, and a lot of great people that have either joined the show or have been listening to the show for a while. And we appreciate you guys so much. What a fun trip. Everyone back in studio today except for Lunsford. It's a full crew today except Lunsford, who for some reason was flying out of L.A. at 4:40 a.m. Pacific time this morning on his way back to Birmingham. But a good time. Good time up at Ocean City. We're back close to football season.
Yeah, there's been a buzz the last 48 hours. Just people, I'm sure it's the same with you guys. We haven't seen each other since we left the airport on Saturday.
We've almost been apart 30 hours.
But, I mean, I continue to get people asking me nonstop about Ocean City.
Yeah, Ocean City, Ocean City, Ocean City. Played golf yesterday at one of our sponsors, Bent Brook. And my guys were like, so what about Ocean City? And I said, man, it's so much fun. You could do anything you want to do in Ocean City, Maryland, whatever you're into.
It was just really, and I guess it was like perfect timing for us to go up during Marlin Fest, which I still can't believe only one Marlin was got.
How about that, though? $6.3 million.
6.2, but it's a world record.
$6.2 million.
Yeah,
6.175.
175 was it? Do we have cents on that?
Breaking the world record of the highest payout fishing tournament ever of $4.45 million for one fish.
Yeah, and somebody was asking me how that pool works. And I would assume, I mean, the tuna is pretty simple. You can sell the tuna off for the $1 million. I
don't think you can get $1.2 million for it.
Oh,
this is prize money.
No, I get that,
yeah.
but I'm talking about a massive tuna. The money you can make just cutting that thing up. I mean, there are $1 million tunas that people catch. You think I'm exaggerating this?
Now here's the one blue marlin, the one billfish that actually was eligible. They ended up, I was reading, they caught hundreds of billfish while they were up there. They just were not all big enough.
Yeah.
But we got down to this one fish from John Oles, a Maryland native, who pulled this puppy in 640.5 pounds. And honest to goodness, to me, it looks old. Like it's not a young marlin. Like it's not like deathbed marlin.
It's not as polished up as it should be.
I mean, it looks like he had just given up. He's like, oh boy, I have swam this ocean long enough. I'll go ahead and eat this. I know there's a hook in there, but this is just the way I need to go here. I'm out.
Suicide by hook.
Yeah.
Will you guys give me that was one of the most congested things that you've ever been in? It was kind of like the Grove or the Quad or just a massive, massive football game. I didn't see one way. Like, we went to watch the weigh-in, but I never saw a fish.
Well, you couldn't get near the weigh-in. We were watching it. Rockstar, they had closed circuit, and you'll love this. So you weren't here Friday. So Dunaway predicted – I've just got a feeling a marlin just got caught. And we're like, how do you have that feeling? Because I don't know, but I just got a feeling.
It's been with me since birth.
Yeah,
this marlin feeling.
11:22. That's when the first marlin was caught. And then our host, Keith Wisenhunt, walks over and says, hey, they've got a marlin on the line out in the Atlantic right now. We're like, wow, Dunaway's luck is turning here.
And we had a state bet on it because 4 days there were no marlins
That's
caught.
Right. So Dunaway goes state bet here. So we get to the restaurant, the bar that's overlooking the weigh-in, though you couldn't see it. And we find out that the marlin broke the line and it's off. So Lance is all celebrating. We had not been there maybe 10 minutes when a boat pulls into weigh-in. On the closed-circuit TV, we hear people start to cheer because they show that the guy's got a marlin. And Dunaway's like, I got it.
Redemption. I told you I could feel it.
But you know what happened? It didn't qualify.
No.
It was like an inch short.
1 inch short.
Yeah, 1 inch too short.
Oh, my God.
The dude kept arguing.
They argued.
You got to do it this way.
Right.
So they just throw it back? What do you do?
It's dead by then.
Oh,
You eat it. You just don't get the prize money.
Apparently,
for it.
you have to kill him to get him on board.
Spear them.
So,
good.
Or they'll spear you.
So finally, while we're in the bar, a boat pulls up, and they got it covered. They open it up, they measure it, it qualifies, and the boat starts to celebrate, and then the restaurant starts to celebrate, and that's how Dunaway won a steak.
Then I started to celebrate.
And then Jim started to celebrate.
What did Lance? Did you celebrate?
I did not celebrate.
He started kicking rocks.
What I wanted to know, we found out that one of the traditions up there is the winning boat captain and his team have to run up the biggest tab of the night, and they try to beat the tab from the former year. And so somebody locally was telling us it's like the tabs are like $40,000.
A lot of money.
I mean, it is, but I just won 2.165 or 6.165 million and 38 cents.
Right. I've seen Mark Cuban run up $1 million tab before.
Yeah.
So
what a good time up there. I mean, what a wonderful time. And that bill fishing was the biggest. It's the richest tournament. Michael Jordan's team didn't win any money.
I never saw Jordan.
I didn't either.
I saw
heard he was there.
I saw him in video.
Yeah.
Apparently, he stays on his boat a lot. Uses the water as sort of a little bit of a crowd control.
Yeah, I don't really blame him.
Yeah, it was packed, man. It was packed. But we're back. We're ready for football. Big week ahead here on the show. Thursday night, walk-on, Stadium Trace. That's the one by the Hoover Met. If you're in the Birmingham area, if you're driving in, it's just off I-459, is our kickoff party. There's the save the date. It's the second anniversary college football kickoff party. So it's our third kickoff party, but we're celebrating 2 complete years of the next round up here in Double Down Media. So that is what is happening at Walk-On Stadium Trace, 5 o'clock until we're done. And last year that was closing time. So that's what we're doing August the 17th. Is number 12 going to be there this year? Because you were not allowed to be there last year. You're gonna be there?
Number 12's here. We got the whole crew.
12's going to be there. So
except for Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor will not be there.
Red Rocks.
But
Priorities, Brown, priorities.
But everyone else will be there. We look forward to that coming up Thursday night. We have announcements on the show Wednesday, Brown, if you want to tease ahead to that.
Yeah, biggest announcement in company history.
That's what, yes. I don't like overselling, but it's a possibility.
We have established it is the biggest announcement.
You cannot oversell. That is not overselling. It's biggest announcement in company history, which you agreed with the other day, and now you're going back.
No. I like to undersell, over deliver, and that's what I'm supposed to be saying.
I think the weigh-in got him a little.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Biggest announcement in company history.
Biggest announcement in company history.
Yep.
I mean, but okay, the biggest announcement in American history, was it when we signed the Declaration of Independence or something after that? I mean, it's probably been something since 1776, right?
I don't know. What do you think it is?
I don't know. We've probably done a lot of good things.
If it was the biggest announcement in nation's history, I think it would probably come immediately to mind. So I would say no.
Well, we signed our Declaration of Independence when we started this thing.
I think that was probably the biggest moment.
But you weren't a nation at that point.
But it started it, so that was a pretty big announcement.
That's right. But then
they started paving the road there.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we were breaking news on Fox 6.
That's right.
This will be interesting in the chat room. What is it, Rocky? You got to weigh in on what the biggest moment in American history is?
Biggest announcement, not moment. Announcement.
Was it when the Eagles came back out and said they would when hell freezes
When
over?
hell freezes over, we're doing a concert
again. And again, and again. No, I don't know.
Ask not what the next round can do for you.
Oh, my.
Yeah, it really is interesting that you can't, immediately peg that moment.
I know.
Probably LeBron to the Heat.
Well, my point is, if there was that moment, I think you could immediately peg it.
Yeah, like for Germany when the wall came down, right?
Yeah, it was a pretty big announcement for them. Yeah,
I think that's probably their mark.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm a little surprised. I know we've had a lot going on.
I would say the biggest announcement in American history was when they announced that World War II was over.
There was a lot of celebration for that.
Oh, I would imagine. Yeah, I think everybody was happy that thing's done, man.
So I will agree. We'll put that right there with World War II ending. This announcement on Wednesday
so
will be equal to that.
Wednesday in the noon hour is our VJ Day.
Yeah. All right. If you're on AM radio, that is VJ Day, Brownie.
Yes. If you're on AM radio, what are you thinking? There is nothing on AM radio. That's a vast wasteland.
That's
VJ Day.
That was our old joke on the AM 690 days.
I know. That, and if you're under an overpass, we'll see you tomorrow. That is coming up Wednesday, noon hour. You do not want to miss it. In fact, such a big announcement. We're going commercial free in the noon hour. Wednesday.
Wow, commercial free 12 to 1.
That might be some live reads, but no commercial breaks. Depends on if Dunaway can manage the show up to that point. If he manages the show well, we'll do it with even no live reads.
RTD4's got a point.
Which is what?
October 31st, 1951.
Nick Saban's birth?
Yep.
It's a big announcement.
History would be a lot different.
Yeah. Up there. Our show would be a lot different. I don't think we'd be as profitable.
Moon landing. A lot of people are saying moon landing. Brian, Emancipation Proclamation. That's a pretty big announcement. Brian's right on that one.
Let's see. That's it. We've had so many big announcements as a country.
I wouldn't put the moon landing in the top 10.
Why?
Well, Lance, I mean, do you think it's real, number one?
I mean, I lean that it's real. I'm not James Sr.
Yeah.
Now, there is...
I mean, to date, not another country, and I because of all the UFO stuff lately, I'm going to say this, not another Earth country has put any of their species on that little moon.
But how important was it?
Huge. I mean, think of the things. I mean,
Are you
Tang,
talking about for the
Velcro,
the competition,
pins it right upside down.
I mean, to beat the Russians, yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Tang does nothing for me.
But look at all the stuff, and we developed a lot of stuff because of the race in space.
Yeah. Velcro?
Some of our medicines.
Tang?
Yeah. I mean, just think about it. It's pretty impressive.
Frozen dinners?
That's right. Swanson chicken back
Stuff
in the day.
that nobody uses anymore, right?
Yeah.
Phone books? AM radio?
Chris, LT probably assumes it's a hoax. I lean it's not. Would I be shocked if it was? No.
Yeah.
It was good propaganda if it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was
out a lot.
I mean, they pulled it off if it wasn't, right?
So there you go. Wednesday at noon. Biggest announcement in company history.
Just if you're confused, we're not making an announcement about the United States on Wednesday in the final hour. It is about our platform up here. We're looking forward to it Wednesday. It should be a lot of fun. The final hour, hopefully, if I'm able to do my job correctly and these guys work with me, we'll go commercial free.
Commercial free. That's our goal.
Hydra Live, though, not commercial free to start off with, bringing you part of the show today as we're rehydrated and ready to talk a little football.
Yeah, again, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. They're open 7 days a week. They got 2 locations, the newest in Hoover, the Greystone location, the corner of Highway 119, Douglas Baker Boulevard. Also Homewood, they're open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every single day. And remember, membership benefits. They travel with the member, can be used at any of the locations. We were in Nashville last month. There's a Hydra Live right across from the Media Hotel. Boost your immune system with Hydra Live therapy. Mention Next Round at checkout. You're going to save 20% off any of their services. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, not a big deal. Nurse can actually come to you. Follow them at Facebook, Instagram at Hydra Live Therapy. You can also go online for more information, hydralivetherapy.com.
Okay, Justin Hokanson will be with us at 10 a.m. Central Time to start off hour number 2 today, talking about the Auburn scrimmage over the weekend. Starting off hour number 3, Clint Lamb will be with us. Clint Lamb will be with us to talk about Alabama's scrimmage over the weekend. And at 11 a.m. Central Time, we will get our first Associated Press poll, the poll of record until the college football playoff rankings come out, in my opinion. So we'll get to that. But for a little fun in the opening segment, I wanted to do this. Our friend Taylor Korn, who handles everything social media and builds a lot of our graphics up here, reminded us that right after the national championship game, we did a way too early top 10. And then deep into the summer, after we had some time to pare it down and do a little work on our preseason rankings, we did a preseason top 25. I don't know if you guys have looked at this or not. I happened to glance at mine. Do you think your way too early top 10 and what you ended up putting on your 40 and 40 top 25 ballot was anywhere close to each other?
I would say that my top 10 would be probably out of order, but I bet the top 10 is pretty much intact.
So remind me again when we did the way too early top 10?
Right after the national championship.
So that was in January, and then we submitted our other one in June.
Yeah.
So between January and June, I'm going to say...
That's a long time.
I changed a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I changed a lot. And I'll go ahead and tell you, I forgot we had done the way too early.
Yep.
So I did not go back and reference my way too early at all. So I just pick whoever's first. You just tell me, throw somebody up first. This is Jim Dunaway's first. The way too early back in January. I started with Georgia.
All right.
Alabama had looked good against Kansas State, so I'll go Alabama. Ohio State, USC, man, I was high on USC right there at number 4. LSU, Michigan, Florida State, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Oregon
was my top 10. Let's see what my vote looked like. Where'd USC go in my top 25? They're way down there now at number 10.
Wow.
Why did I stop believing in USC?
I mean, what happened?
Well, what you started to do was believe in Clemson.
Yeah.
Yep, I did. Georgia, Ohio.
And Texas.
Somewhere between January and June, Ohio State jumped Alabama on my list. Texas is way up. I don't even think they were in my way too early. Michigan, Clemson, LSU, Penn State, Oregon, USC, Texas A&M. That's my...
Yeah, you dropped Notre Dame a lot.
I did. Kick Notre Dame out. All right, that's my 40 and 40 top 25 ballot there.
Clemson had a strong spring for you.
They did. I started buying into the Dabo.
That's right.
Okay, who's next? Who's the other way to her? This is Lance Taylor. He was Alabama number 1 back then.
Wow, and LSU number 2. You flipped that. We know that.
I have flipped that.
Georgia number 3. Was this your SEC standings?
Oh, wait a minute. This happened in 2011.
Ohio State, USC at 5. Florida State, Michigan, Utah. Utah's always in that.
It must be the offseason.
That was the first program that ever gave Lance a chance. He's going to always keep him in his ranking.
I think I am a lot higher on Michigan because I am convinced Michigan's going to win the Big Ten. But outside of that, I don't know how much I flipped.
Okay, let's see. Lance is the one he put in. Oh, LSU is 1. Georgia, Ohio State, Kansas State, way up for you.
Yeah, you dropped Alabama from 1 to 4. Was that quarterback related?
It was quarterback related. Yep.
Yeah, easy to say now. Utah actually went up in your rankings from 8 to 7.
Well, I got to tell you this. I really believed, I think Cameron Rising is going to be ready too. I believed Alabama was going to get a big-time transfer, whether it was Tyler Van Pelt, Tyler Van Dyke. Tyler Van Pelt used to play for Pittsburgh back in the day. Tyler Van Dyke or, just another big name, whether Grayson McCall, whoever, not Tyler Buckner.
More bad beats this weekend for Bama transfer quarterback Tyler Van Pelt. Where in the world is Tyler Van Pelt? There you go. That's LTs. Let's do Brownies real quick. Brownies way too early. He was back to Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, Florida State he was in on, USC, LSU, Michigan, Oregon, Penn State, and Tennessee. Then it came June, and he turned in his ballot. Georgia, Ohio State, USC had a big...
They had a good spring for me. Alabama, I wasn't as big on them in spring, so I dropped them a spot.
Boy, Florida State fell apart in the spring.
Well, they did. Bad spring for Mike Norvell. Yep.
Yeah, all the way from 4 to 8, right?
Yeah, Tennessee, too. I dropped them all the way to 15.
You just stopped believing in the ACC altogether.
Clearly.
Man. 8 and 11.
Yeah.
All right, so the real AP poll comes out a little bit later on.
And this, it's going to be something we can't do live on the show, but perhaps one of our math geniuses in the back room could do it. I'd like to see who got the closest to the Associated Press poll from the one our actual 40 and 40.
Okay. Let's, of all our math people in the back, Lunsford's out. I think that goes to number 12.
Tyler or Milton?
Yeah.
Look at him. No thanks.
Nobody really wants to take this one on. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, we can't do it. Taylor can't do it. She's too busy. Too busy. I mean, really, number 12 is the only one I don't know what he does.
Yeah, but I really don't care anything about being close to the AP.
Yeah. You don't?
I would have had Kansas State number 5.
It's a great point.
Michael's right. I did put Jacksonville State in there, so I'm going to be. I don't think the AP will respect the Gamecocks.
Yeah, that would only cost you a point. Probably.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's going to hurt me.
Rankings are out. We'll get to best and worst of the weekend coming up. We'll react to the scrimmages throughout the show. Other stuff going on in college football. But hats off first to LT. I don't know how long it'll last, but before he tells us about Michelson, he had a Michelson Clarity Vision that he said, man, there's something about that running back that I think everyone's going to like him when he gets to the NFL. I think the NFL game with its spacing is going to really, really, really play to this guy. Right now he's number 5 on the depth chart in Dallas, but 5'5" Deuce Vaughn, 8 yards, 50 carries, juked 2 Jaguars so badly they crashed into each other.
Well,
like a cartoon.
I brought up different guys that have played, not necessarily that small, because if you go back to a former Kansas State running back that was really good back in the day, had a lot more size on him.
Darren Sproles.
Yeah, absolutely. Sproles probably had an additional 15, 20 pounds. But Dave Meggett was a guy that I brought up. There have been Danny Woodhead. There have been small backs with great vision and that quickness that are actually nightmares for defenses because you can't see these guys until they get past line of scrimmage. And I think Deuce Vaughn Tony Pollard needs a compliment. And now that Zeke Elliott is out, I think Deuce Vaughn is going to end up being their number 2 back.
Number 5 on the depth chart this weekend, but 8 yards, 50 carries. Oh, it is LT's neighbor. That is quite a stat line when you consider it's a preseason game. He didn't play a ton. So it is a great stat line. And the run he made to the end zone was unbelievable. Deuce Vaughn.
No, he's saying you said 8 yards on 50 carries.
Oh,
That's what
I'm
he would
sorry.
say, yes. 50 yards on 8 carries is what you meant.
I don't have my lingo ready yet. 8 carries on 50 yards. So
yeah, there
50
you go.
carries, 8 yards.
That's nice. You're
That's running into a brick wall.
Probably time to abandon the run at that point. Yeah.
I'm not going to give up on it, Brown.
You got to burn that clock.
I got to work it in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, wouldn't it be so fitting that you get a guy like that late rounds just because of his size? He ends up, panning out, and once he gets to his 4th year, you probably let him go because you don't want to sign him to a new contract because he is a running back.
Yeah, so Deuce Vaughn, you said we would all go, yes, this guy's going to have a little wow factor. In one exhibition game in, a little wow factor there. Samuel, you're right. I apologize, LT's neighbor. You're pointing out my mistake, and I thought you were being mean to me already, as the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room occasionally is. Tell us about Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, 205-969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I wore the contacts for a decade. I was wasting money on contacts and solution. Make the call that I made. Stop procrastinating. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation, 0 to lose, to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100. or michelsonlaservision.com.
50 carries, 8 yards. Sounds like a Leonard Fournette line against Alabama back in the day. Brody, Michael, and several other people with the joke there. All right, when we come back, best and worst of the weekend and a ton of other stuff as we get going today right here on The Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Football season is here, and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she is has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Best and worst of the weekend, brought to you every Monday by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, LT.
They've got them coming out to the house. I think lightning struck when we were out of town, and one of my panels is fried upstairs. That's the great thing about Hemp Hill, though. Reached out to Andrew over the weekend. He's like, I can get a guy out today. And I was like, no, we can wait till Monday. It's not a big deal. But they're coming out to the house today. They're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
There is bad news at a College Station, and it's this time of year where you do not want nobody wants injuries, and you don't want season-ending injuries. But Texas A&M, according to 24/7 and others, has lost tight end Donovan Green, who's a sophomore tight end, ACL. He's done for the year. He was 22 catches, started 4 games last year, was, as they say at 24/7, poised for a breakout year in Bobby Petrino's schemes, and that is a loss for Texas A&M today. As we get to the part of these camps where you get scrimmages and contact.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you got a lot of depth at skill this year when you're looking at A&M. I mean, because when you look at the wide receivers, Anaya Smith, you've got Evan Stewart, who I think will ultimately be the best receiver in the SEC. You've got Moose Muhammad. I know the tight end's going to factor in here.
Yeah, how much does Petrino use the tight end? I'm trying to really remember. It's been a minute since I've really sat and watched his offense.
Yeah, I don't think a ton.
I don't remember in his really good offenses at Arkansas. I'd almost say, I don't want to use the word prolific. I would not qualify his offenses as prolific at Arkansas, but I thought they were really good. I don't remember a tight end jumping out.
Yeah, I don't either. Now, I remember tight ends jumping out more in Jimbo Fisher's offense.
No, yeah. Now, if it's Jimbo Fisher's offense, loss of a tight end is big. But if truly Petrino, which I still don't know if Petrino's calling plays or not.
You're making it sound like Petrino hit him in the knee with a hammer to try to clear out a roster spot.
I'm just saying, I mean, if certain offenses lose a tight end, it's a massive loss. If some lose it, they just convert a guy over to block for the run, and the tight end is a big factor. But there again, I still don't know who's calling plays on this offense. So, I don't know that that's even a discussion to have until we see this offense play out.
It's a best and worst of the weekend segment here, and we'll give that time to populate. If you've got some, throw them into the chat room over there. Best thing, worst weekend, or worst thing you saw this weekend, whether it's sports or not sports. Chris H. on the Petrino thing, you should definitely go back and watch Petrino's offense from last year when it comes to the tight end use there. Troy says, wasn't Hunter Henry a Petrino tight end, or was that later on?
Yeah, you're testing my memory early on a Monday, not sure.
It was after Petrino.
Yeah, that was after Petrino. Yeah, he was
the guy that threw it over.
Yeah, he threw it over his head.
Yeah. To Alex Collins, a perfect bounce.
That's right. Still the most incredible play. Yeah.
All right. So some of the best and worst of the weekend for me came here in the NFL exhibition weekend, because we had a chance to watch some of that this weekend. One of them is going to be just the storyline between Sean Payton and the Jets. This thing not going away. Sean Payton's comments.
Yeah, nor should it.
Yeah. And Garrett Wilson, who was not playing in the Jets exhibition game, apparently Sean Payton told his players, when you're out of the game during the exhibition season, I don't want you taking your pads off. I don't want you putting your T-shirts on, putting on your Gilligan hats, he called them, or your sunglasses. So, of course, that comment made it into the media, to which Garrett Wilson, who wasn't playing, put on his Gilligan hat, his sunglasses, and his T-shirt and did an interview. And he had already liked the James Palmer tweet. He liked that tweet before he put that on, the bucket hat on. not a Gilligan's hat, by the way, the old bucket hat. And as Jake points out on Twitter, Garrett Wilson with a giant FU to Sean Payton. Love it. #Jets there. These Jets players are going to lean into the turn
Oh,
here.
yeah. Now, they've just got to take care of business when they take on Denver, which I think they will. I mean, you think about how bad Denver's offense was last year, how good this Jets defense has been. Look, Sean Payton's a good coach. I don't think you can deny that. But I think he might get exposed as the genius he is, dogging out Nathaniel Hackett. Just watching this past weekend, Russell Wilson really struggled. Again, it's just a couple of series, but I just don't know if he's ever going to be able to recapture what he had in Seattle.
You know, I've been saying it all offseason. Don't put me in the category that thinks Sean Payton just shows up, snaps his fingers, and this offense works all of a sudden.
That's right.
I'm not believing that.
Well, especially in the AFC.
And I really don't get – I mean, Sean Payton's got to coach a team the way he wants to coach a team, but we're talking about professionals here. I mean, that sounded so high school. Leave your pads on. Don't do interviews. I mean, is this, Texas 5A football, or is this the NFL? I didn't really understand that with Sean Payton, and I did think it was funny that Garrett Wilson just did the exact thing Sean Payton said he didn't want his players to do. To the T.
And my worst of the weekend, and I'm going to continue to I guess they will never go away, but I'm going to continue to bang the drum against driverless cars.
All right.
Over the weekend in San Francisco, the San Francisco area, several driverless cars blocked traffic. The reason why? Because they were on their way to pick up rides. It was a ride share situation, pick up passengers near a music festival. And they started blocking traffic because what happened? They got close to the music festival that had tens and thousands of people, and the cell service went down.
That's weird. So you couldn't communicate with the car anymore.
Lost their connection to the car, so the cars are just blocked on the road, driverless. And, of course, it's now a mess.
Yeah.
So, by the way, when would you want driverless cars? I couldn't go to concerts. Couldn't go to football games. Couldn't be in Ocean City on a busy fishing weekend. I mean, you got to get this dialed in if you're going to have this.
The AI thing, again, I think is the decay of the society. We've got a story coming up in Trash on the Table today, which is another example of AI gone bad. Call me old school, but like this morning, I was trying to pay an invoice, and I called, and it was automation, and I went through the whole automation process, put in credit card, everything I needed to do.
And then step forward, though. We use credit card. It's not a written check.
Then I had to jump ahead to a sales rep that came on, and she's like, how can I help you today? Well, I just spent 5 minutes on with your automation. Why can't we just have people working?
I am at the age, I think it's okay for me where it says, do this, or if you'd like to speak to someone, please hit 0. I always hit 0 first. Let me go ahead and get to the human. Let me go ahead and get to the human.
I'm with you. But then what frustrates me is when they say, please tell us, why do you want to talk to the human about? And I'm like, everything.
I just keep
what I say?
Customer service rep. Customer service rep.
What I say? I've started doing, like, please tell us what you would like to discuss with the whatever. Now, I always say, I want to purchase your company.
Yes.
That's all I ever say. I want to purchase your company.
I have $1 million and would like to invest it. Winston's worst of the weekend, the Titans quarterbacks. Truthfully, Winston, I thought Malik Willis played well.
He did. Malik Willis did play well.
But here's the problem if you're a Titans fan, Winston. Malik Willis played well, and they think he played well because they were trying to highlight him because they want to trade him.
That's right. Well, they want to go with Will Levis, who did not play well.
Because, what they're going to do is go with Tannehill, and they're looking for that number 2 guy right now. Is it going to be Willis? Is it going to be Levis? There's a great chance that everybody outside of the original scouts are going to be right on Will Levis. I know it's one preseason game, but I'm just saying if he's already going to be relegated to the third-string guy on that Titans roster, that's a problem.
Yeah, I will go ahead and tell you that when it comes to just one preseason game, it wasn't Bryce Young's fault, but his offensive line looked horrible. He completed some passes. He got hit. It seemed like on every time he dropped back, he got rung up.
7 dropbacks, he was hit 3 times.
Yeah.
And the offensive line looked bad, but when he did have time, he didn't look good.
I'll say it out loud so somebody else doesn't have to. You know who the best-looking rookie quarterback was this weekend?
Wait.
The best one I saw.
Wait, let me
Jim, I think you'll be able to piece this one together if you'll just think through it.
It wasn't Anthony Richardson.
It was not Anthony Richardson. It wasn't C.J. Stroud. Bryce played very limited.
It wasn't Will.
I'll tell you this, he hadn't lost a game in a while.
He hadn't lost a game in a while. He did not lose over the weekend.
It looked like Stetson Bennett to me.
I mean, I got to say, I know we give Lance a lot of grief for shoehorning the Rams into a lot of discussions, but this is warranted. Stetson Bennett looked better than any rookie I saw.
Who texted you Saturday night? Just hours after
getting
off.
I got text from both of you guys.
Yeah.
After getting off and playing, I'm like, dang, I'm watching this guy. He's managing this team.
I mean, he threw the heck out of the ball to some Samoan wide receiver I'd never heard of. Where'd that guy come from?
BYU. So
shocker. I was going to guess BYU or Hawaii.
That would have been a great guess. Stetson, the thing that really jumped out was watching him. He didn't look as small when he played at Georgia. He looked small Saturday night.
Didn't he? Yeah.
Because you're behind the biggest of the biggest.
But he played well, Lance.
No, he did. The thing Stetson has got is confidence. And that's one of the things that I noticed from Anthony Richardson over the weekend. He looked bad and then he would look good, but his confidence never wavered. But Stetson Bennett is just, and I guess it's from winning back-to-back national championships and playing in front of 100,000 people each and every week.
RTD4 is right, man. 2 of those hits on Bryce they were slobber knockers. You protect the quarterback in the NFL, but you can only do so much. 2 of them were big hits, and the kid bounced up every time.
He did. Now, here's the thing. Bryce got a ton of pressure at Alabama last year, but in the college game, you're able to evade that pressure a little bit easier than you are in the pro game. The pro game, those big guys, they're almost as fast as you are. Not the same way in college. So it's a different world for him out there under pressure. When he got under pressure at Alabama, he was able to flush the pocket and make something happen. You just don't get to do that as much in the NFL. Those guys get on you quick in the NFL, man.
NH3425, if Stetson does that against a first-team legit NFL defense, then he can make it. It's a great point. He was playing against the –
Yeah, but he was playing with his twos as well. That was almost entirely twos.
Yeah, well, Apple Juice, and I brought this up to you on Saturday. He said Puka's going to be a steal for the Rams. I agree, and that's Puka Naka, the kid from BYU.
I've never heard of him, but, I texted Lance. I was like, your boy likes him.
5th-round pick.
Yeah.
Stetson likes
next
Puka.
Cooper Cup. Samoan Cooper Cup.
The Samoan Cup.
Cody says Richardson did have a great 45-yard pass that the receiver dropped. Listen, Richardson had some flashes that he looked really good.
That would have been a tough catch, though.
That
was the one to the pylon.
The one he threw out to the flat off his back foot sidearm that got intercepted. That was a rookie mistake. That's your first NFL game, and you're like, maybe this will. I've seen Patrick Mahomes do this. Let's see if it works for me. Oh, no, it doesn't. Patrick Mahomes is one of a kind.
I'll tell you what I saw was a lot of bad offensive line play over the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how many frontline guys you had going.
Yeah.
And that's one thing. Now, I will say this. I watched a good bit of 49ers Raiders yesterday.
I had the 49ers, by the way. How'd that
go? It did not go well for you. And there's been a lot of talk. Nick, specifically a San Francisco fan, I am almost ready to be done with the Trey Lance experiment. That guy.
He did not look good.
He didn't.
Jordan Love looked better as far as quarterbacks who've been waiting.
Just comparing,
Jordan Love looked really good.
Well, Anthony Richardson looked better than Trey Lance. Trey Lance just happy feet in the pocket. He's supposed to be able to bounce out. His athleticism is supposed to be able to take over. You didn't see it. Now the offensive line at the same time was really bad yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm San Francisco. I guess I just pray that Brock Purdy was not a Mr. Irrelevant flash in the pan. That this guy is legit, because that's who you've hung your future on now. Yeah. I don't know that Trey Lance is going to make it.
A couple of recruiting notes and more best and worst of the weekend coming up. Still in this segment, we've got a new starting quarterback officially named in the SEC. Dr. B, part of the show today. LT's hair in its entirety, in its big thickness, has made it back from Ocean City and is still, 11% thicker?
Well, it's actually doubled in thickness. Wow. I forgot the exact numbers. I could pull them up. But Dr. B has turned me on to a new show. It's only a 3-part series on Netflix, Fear City, New York City back in the 70s with the 5 families and how it just led to the decay of the city because law enforcement basically tapped out. But I watched the first episode last night. Really good. But Dr. B, if you're starting to thin out, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that you need to call, 205-319-0316, T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. And Dr. B also offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Graham Mertz officially named the Florida quarterback over the weekend. Didn't take long to get to Graham Mertz.
It did not. I've seen him in some of these, like on 3 Sports, 24/7, Saturday Down South football, like the quarterback rankings in conference. I've seen him ranked dead last.
Oh, a multiple.
Yeah, multiple. And so there are very low expectations for Graham Mertz for a lot of people.
15 or 16 is where he usually pops up there. So that is Mertz is the starter, though. He gets that tag right there. One other note before we take a break, basketball commitment over the weekend. This guy was a longtime Duke commitment, or believed to be a Duke lean. Flory Baidunga, 6'9", 5-star guy. Only been playing organized basketball for 4 years. He was a longtime Duke lean, I guess is the way you would put it. And then all of a sudden, Auburn is the crystal ball favorite to get this guy.
Right.
And he was going to make his announcement at the halftime of the Elite 24. And then at halftime, he ends up picking Kansas over Auburn. And there a lot of NIL was in play at a lot of these places.
And that's what I was going to ask. I wonder how big NIL is for Duke.
I would like to know the number that got him first leaning to Duke, and then the number that got him unleaning for Duke, leaning to Auburn, and then the 11th hour number that was like, Auburn, thank you, I'm going to Kansas, because that number must have been significant. Yeah, because that happened. It seemed like that happened overnight.
Like everybody was projecting Auburn until Saturday when Jeff Goodman, well tied to everything in college basketball, says Auburn or Kansas. I'm starting to believe it's going to be Kansas, Jeff Goodman wrote, which probably somebody told him that Kansas had beep, beep, beep.
They backed it up, Terry. Somebody called him and said, let me just tell you what Kansas is ready to offer this kid. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to know those numbers, because it was enough from Auburn to get him to say, you know what, Duke's a great program, but boy, look what Auburn's got to offer. And then it was enough from Kansas for him to drop that overnight.
Yeah. G. Kerbo says Adidas happened.
Yeah, I mean, don't you just love the fact, though, the transparency now, though? Hey, look, you can't pay me enough.
I mean, it is what it is. I hate that phrase, but that is exactly what it is.
So that's the start of our best and worst of the weekend. Keep those rolling in. Forrester has a full sheet, 12 deep, of great college football sound from the weekend. We will get to that as we move on. And another champion for Auburn, part of the next segment right here on TNR, brought to you in part today by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. They'll be with us coming up at our kickoff party on Thursday night at Walk-On's Stadium Trace. Great locations all over the state of Alabama and here locally. A couple of great locations we're at all the time. Save the date, though. It's this Thursday night, 5 o'clock, Walk-On Stadium Trace. Come hang out with us, raise a glass, enjoy some great food, and let's talk a little football and get ready for another football season here in the Deep South on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
I know in the name, it was known for mixtapes. So just when I say mixtapes, it makes it sound old. But And One turned 30 years old over the weekend.
Wow. Jeez, that is hard to believe.
But their mixtapes and their mixed music, their CDs and all of that were really fun and really good 30 years ago. And it was the coolest thing in the world when it first dropped back in the day. The And One tournaments and the And One music, it was so good. Dude, it turned 30 years old.
It goes fast. So the boys had never seen the movie Alien. And I was telling them, I was like, in 1979, and they were like, 1979? I was like, it's 44 years old. And it just, I don't know, I just remember watching Alien for the first time as a kid, and now, boy, stuff rolls quickly.
It does. It goes really, really fast. What was I gonna get to? Oh, let's talk a little football here. Let's do our legacy sounds of the day. We'll go Auburn and Alabama. We'll go Auburn first.
Hey, if I told you without knowing Hugh Freeze that he's a surfer with a man bun, could you see it right there?
Yeah, with his visor on. Yeah, he's got the hair tied up.
It looks like it.
Like he could pull out a string and that hair would drop down. Like he's on a cover of one of those grocery store novels.
You can, if Hugh Freeze opened as Auburn's head coach at 12-0, he could pull the man bun off. The first time he loses a game, how bad is it?
Yeah. We worry less about that hair and more about coach football.
I will tell you, when I first moved over to this part of the set, we had the problem of the microphone, and still occasionally is always behind my mic. My mouth is behind the microphone. You can't see my expressions or me talking. So I try to rise up. I try to rise up
Why don't
above
you just lower the mic?
Well, because I like to talk into the mic, not over the mic.
All right.
So, but I think I can get over it barely now.
It looks great right there. If you'll just sit like that the rest of the time.
Yeah. But they do have a microphone problem right now with Hugh.
We're not going to see his mouth?
Yeah. I need to see facial expressions. But here's Hugh Freeze after the scrimmage this weekend talking about his quarterbacks. Maybe not as up in the air as they are in Tuscaloosa, but there is a little bit more to figure out for Hugh Freeze. Here's the coach.
Coach, what were you looking for out of your quarterbacks, and what can you say about how they performed today?
Take care of the ball and, play within the offense and take what you should take on a given play, that the ball goes in the right spot. Hopefully it's accurate and when we do throw it, but accuracy, hopefully will come but we got to take care of the ball, and we have to be playing in the right space on given plays in our offense. And I thought all three did that fairly well today. And, I know Robbie threw a touchdown pass, and I think Holden did also. Peyton did not. Had two, and I can't see from where I'm standing out on the field. The official ruled the receiver out of bounds, I think, both times. But they all, we did not turn the ball over. That's priority number one in offensive football, and so that was good. Obviously, defensively, we need to go get it. But I thought all three looked good at times today.
Is it a little bit tougher than you thought it would be to cut it from 3 to 2 now, or do you have a pretty good idea?
Yesterday, I had my mind made up, and after today, I need to watch the film before I say.
Mm-hmm. So he had his mind made up, and then the actual scrimmage maybe changed his mind a little bit, kept somebody alive for that number 2 spot.
And you know what happens
or
there?
The number 1.
Or the number 1.
Is you've got to make sure, because whoever that number 3 guy is probably gone.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't, unless it's Peyton Thorne, because he's already used a transfer, but you can't.
And Ashford used his, but I think with COVID or whatever, he probably could work another.
If you go into that soundbite thinking Peyton Thorne was the leader, if you just thought that, right? The end of that soundbite makes it sound like, Peyton Thorne has lost the starting job now, and it's back open. If you thought it was Ashford, you think Ashford has lost it. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
the way you interpret that soundbite is based on who you thought had the starting job.
See, I thought it was more for the 2.
Yeah, that's the way I interpret it.
Why do you say that?
Just because I go in thinking Peyton Thorne had won the job, and it was more Robbie and Holden battling for the 2. My own.
That's how I heard it, because the question was, have you figured out, the order of these quarterbacks?
Right.
And then when he said I had it figured out until yesterday, it just seems to me like it. Well, I will be shocked if Peyton Thorne's not the guy.
I mean, I'll be surprised too. But then when I heard Hugh Freeze talk right there, it made it sound like it is a wide open job at the top.
Yeah, not that I'm a soundbite detective, but he went. Robbie threw a touchdown.
That's right.
Holden did too.
That's right. And who didn't?
Peyton didn't, but then humble brag. Threw 2 in the end zone that were ruled out of bounds.
I
couldn't
those are
tell where I was.
Incomplete passes.
Yeah, those are not touchdowns. Is what those are.
Or I could be challenging both.
No,
of those.
but I agree. And can we just hear it again real quick, just that end part, Rocky, if you don't mind, because I heard it exactly the way you heard it. It was like Peyton is already by himself, and he points out both Holden and Robbie before.
Okay.
That's priority number 1 in offensive football, and so that was good. Obviously, defensively, we need to go get it. But I thought all three looked good at times today.
Is it a little bit tougher than you thought it would be to cut it from 3 to 2 now, or do you have a pretty good idea?
Yesterday, I had my mind made up, and after today, I need to watch the film before I say.
Okay, I see why y'all are saying that, because he asked him, you're cutting it from 3 down to 2, so this is identifying the top 2. So you think the issue's at the transfer spot. You still think
I do.
Peyton Thorne's at the top.
I do.
Interesting.
Legacy Credit Union about to take us to Tuscaloosa as well. Legacy, the proud supporter of UAB athletics. They're continuing there. In fact, they're on the practice field right now at Legacy Pavilion down on the UAB campus. Legacy offers a number of things to help you financially, including the lifestyle loan. If you need to update your backyard, maybe you take that dream vacation, maybe you have some unexpected medical expenses, Legacy can help you out. No collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. Get details at legacycreditunion.com. Everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and you get that paycheck 2 days early on your direct deposit. It's all at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website. LegacyCreditUnion.com. A little and one mixtape for you there, Rockstar. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA. Nick Saban talking about his guys. He seems, every time I've seen him, to be in a really good mood this season. LT thinks it's because he's coaching his last camp.
Last trip around here.
LT thinks he's going to enjoy everything one last time before he retires at the end of the year. Some people say it's because he enjoys this team. He thinks he's got something. A lot of people don't think he has. Here's Nick Saban after the first scrimmage for Alabama over the weekend.
Got some guys that play pretty physical. We got some guys that need to get more physical. But, I kind of like what Pete Rose said the other night. Sparky Anderson, he said, was a great manager. And he asked him one time, what's the key to handling players? He says, well, you got to know when to kick them in the ass, you got to know when to pat them on the ass, and you got to know when not to say anything. So we're trying to figure that out. but I think I've been kicking him in the ass a little bit more, and I've been patting him on the ass, so we'll just keep on keeping on.
There he goes again.
He's got where he ends his news conference on a laugh, very Costanza-like, and he's like, "Okay, I got to laugh. I'm walking.
That's it for me.
I'm walking out of the room right here, Coach. We only have one question. I'm out.
Maybe the jerk store is out of you. Good night, everybody."
It's almost like he is trying to. This career of his is so illustrious. You can make an argument the greatest coach of all time in any sport. But it's almost like, hey, I want to live in the moment now because I don't know how much more I've got. And I think we've said that the last couple of years. I mean, he has changed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even his former players have said that, and people around him have said that, that there are several things in his life that have mellowed him just a little bit, and it's noticeable when he mellows any at all, right? So, I mean, again, we're reading into what coaches say in sound bites right there. It felt like, to me, what Nick Saban was saying right there, and he might have just been trying to get the laugh, is that, I've been a little bit hard on them. I've gone back and looked, and maybe I was a little too hard on them. Maybe they've done better than I thought as I've looked back on it. Did you hear that out of that?
Well, I think it was more the Sparky Anderson. It was three things.
I'll give you $1,000 if you could tell me what I just said.
He could. But I got you. So the Sparky Anderson was kick him in the ass, pat him in the ass, or don't say anything. And I think what he was trying to say is we really don't know this team yet.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But as I've looked back on it, maybe I'm chewing them a little too hard.
That's what it was. Like, we probably more should be not saying anything, but I've been doing a lot of kicking in the ass right now.
2 Auburn championships over the weekend, though. All right, let's go to the one that actually had Auburn on the uniforms, a duo, and just down on the 3rd floor. They didn't fish on the 3rd floor, but the College Bassmasters Championship goes to Hayden Marboe and Tucker Smith. Hayden and Tucker right here. They're the Collegiate Series Bassmaster Champions of the Year.
Boy, they got epic hair too, man. Look at the salad flowing out of those hats.
Yeah. I mean, if you said they were brothers, you'd be like, okay.
I guess those boats go really fast, Brown. It makes that hair flow back out.
It's a good look. I wish I could do that.
So Auburn national champions in bass fishing, and it didn't stop either on the U.S. Women's Amateur. Megan Schofield, she wins hole 15, 16, and 17 to win the USGA Women's Amateur Championship. She gets a lot of exemptions now, but it's the first time Auburn's ever won the Women's Amateur Championship. She holds up the old claret jug there.
I don't know what they call it. It's a big trophy, though.
It's a big-ass trophy there, and she's taking that thing back to Auburn, Alabama. So a couple of Auburn wins there. We'll talk about Auburn on the football field with Justin Hokanson. We'll try not to bring up basketball and a Kansas recruit. We'll talk football with Hoke when we come back on the show, being brought to you in part by our friends at A+, the people that changed Brownie's bathroom.
Well, listen, Master Bath and Kitchen, that's where you get your money back when you sell your house. My wife and I, Scott is showing you photos of our Master Bath. That's what it looked like when we bought our house about 6-8 years ago. And we weren't crazy about it. We just wanted it to look different. It's a fine bathroom. We just wanted it to look different. We said, okay, we're going to redo that. Well, you know how it is. You start kicking the can down the road. You spend that money on other things. You turn around, you've been in a house a decade and you hadn't done it. We're coming up on a decade, and Jennifer's like, okay, we're going to get this done right now. So she scoured the internet. She looked for the best contractor, talked to contractors, people that had used contractors, read reviews. She picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad she did. We gave him a vision. He did it exactly to that vision. We wanted it to be a little bit of a darker hue bathroom, better glassed shower, and all those things. He did exactly what we wanted, step by step. Great, clean, efficient, quick-working crew. I got nothing negative to say about it. I talked so positively about it that Lance decided to use Brad Bell. The exact opposite for him. He had a darker bathroom. He wanted lighter. So you see, Brad just does it to our specs. He wants you to be happy. Anywhere in Alabama, Brad Bell can do the same for you. Master Bath and Kitchen. That's where you get your money back. He does them both. 205-422-1758, where it's the Master Bath or the Kitchen. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling, can help you. 205-422-1758. You miss anything? You reach out to me. I'll get you in touch with Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Hoke talks Auburn football next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Maximum time with Justin Hokanson in just a second after I tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. 3 pounds. I ate so much crab and stuff up in Ocean City, Maryland. I gained 3 pounds, so I hit the Way to Wellness right when I got back. It'll get me right back down to 186 before the end of the week. It's the great folks at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. All you have to do is go to this website at planforme.com, planforme.com. You can go have a great weekend away, get off any plan that you're on, and then come back. You jump on that Way to Wellness plan. Boom. You're right back at the point you want to be. That's how easy it is. Planforme.com is the website. Leslie and her board certified team will dial up a plan specifically for you. No cookie cutter plan, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and that first consultation's free. Planforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
All right, let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is part of On 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com. It is Justin Hokanson, @_J Hokanson, with us now. What is up, Hoke? How are you today?
I'm good, guys. How was the trip?
It was good.
Wild. We have stories to tell you for years.
I take it you've never been to Ocean City, Maryland.
I have not.
Yeah. It is. I've had a lot of people ask me what it's like. I get, kind of Gulf Shores, Panama City Beach vibes. Not current Panama City, because they built so many high rises. They don't have those high rises. It's like the Panama City I went to when I was a kid without the high rises.
Yeah, but it's really interesting because there's a debate whether it's on a peninsula or an island.
Yeah.
And I don't know, just around it, a lot more greenery, I think, than you see down at the beach.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. But it's very nice people. We had a great time. The weather was terrific. So back here in the Deep South, where college football scrimmages are going on, Auburn had one. We just played Hugh Freeze, and he was asked about narrowing the quarterback depth chart there from 3 to 2. He said he had his mind made up. So I'll ask you, what do you think his mind was going into scrimmage, and what do you think it is now, if you had to guess?
I think that I personally think that Robbie is pushing Peyton a little bit. I think the interesting thing about his quote was, and you mentioned it, was the question was kind of about narrowing the pecking order as a whole. And he answered it so quickly that I sort of wonder if he answered that question or if he answered the starter question. I guess he probably did answer the pecking order question. And so he easily could have been talking about who was going to be 2 and who was going to be 3. He could have been saying, I had my mind made up on who was 2 and who was 3, and now I'm not sure. It didn't necessarily have to be, I had my mind made up on 1, 2, and 3. I'm not sure. I think that Holden looked pretty good Saturday from what I understand. Robbie did some really good things. I think Peyton was fine, was okay. I don't think he did anything special. And so I think Robbie is a guy that's coming on a little bit, that's passing the ball a little bit better than he did in the spring, and maybe passing the ball a little bit better than people thought. And the Robbie's the intriguing one, because the question is, with his ability to run, can he make up enough ground in the passing game to make it where you then add in his running, and it's a legit question. That's the question with Robbie. Is there some kind of gap he can close as a passer and decision maker to make you go, okay, he's not maybe where we want him to be, and maybe he's not where Peyton Thorne is as a game manager or decision maker, but he's at this point, and then his running ability takes him to that point, and then is that a question, and how does he get into the mix? Holden Gerner's, I think, having a good fall camp and getting better too. I'm just not exactly sure where he fits into the mix, because he is the least mobile of the guys. And so I do wonder about his fit in that system. And so I kind of still think it's Peyton, Robbie, Holden. But I think the competition has been good enough that I don't think anybody's played poorly. And so I look at it as a good thing that there's a little bit of indecision with Hugh Freeze. I think and nobody turned the ball over Saturday. That's a good thing. And so I think Holden and Robbie are getting a little bit better. And so I think the questions about the quarterback room, I think it's more encouraging that there's maybe a little indecision than if everybody was playing poorly, if Peyton was playing down to the competition. And I don't think that's happening. I think Peyton's playing about where he is, and those other 2 guys have gotten a little better. And so I think that's what's caused a little bit of indecision in the quarterback room.
Well, we live in a world now where a number 3 quarterback, if they believe they can play, is not going to sit around. They're going to transfer out. And to me, that kind of seemed like the comment, like once he says this is the pecking order, that number 3 guy could bolt. But I guess my question to you is, we don't assume Peyton's going to be the number 3 guy. We assume he's going to be 1 right now, but he just transferred in. Robbie transferred in last year. Does he have the ability to still transfer once again?
Robbie could. From what I understand, Robbie will graduate next summer. And so if that's the case, he could go through spring if he wants to. But if, let's just say, Robbie wanted to entertain that next year, he could be a summer type transfer. If he stays on track and graduates in the summer, he could be a grad transfer. He just wouldn't be able to do it in the winter and go through a spring with somebody. He can't do it until he graduates. Holden obviously can do whatever he wants. I think you bring up a good point, which is and it's a little bit of maybe psychology in that quote from Hugh Freeze, and I don't know. And that is, if you're Hugh Freeze, you want that competition to go on as long as you can. I mean, the competition doesn't hurt anybody. It makes everybody better. And so if nothing else, Hugh Freeze coming out publicly saying, I don't know, I thought I had it figured out, but now I'm not sure. I got to go back and watch film. The longer he can keep all 3 of those guys engaged, I think not only for transfer, but I think it just helps the competition in that room, and you have a better fall camp. You don't want to just walk in one weekend and turn over the keys to somebody and end the competition. I think the longer it goes on for Hugh, the better.
I watched a couple exhibition games this weekend, and not all the starters were out there on the offensive line, but like my Buccaneers, the Panthers, the Texans. It was like a Swiss cheese offensive line, bad offensive line play. We know Auburn brought in a lot of offensive linemen. What's your intel telling you about them at the scrimmage when it was live look, and did those transfers hold up as well as expected on that O-line?
Yeah, I think they did well. I mean, the running backs, it sounded like, had a really good day. And if the running backs have a good day, then the offensive line is doing their job for the most part. I mean, that was probably the one bright spot. Damari Alston had a couple of big runs. He is coming on as an absolute stud, I think, and a guy that you can count on to be a good running back. You know what you're getting with Jarquez Hunter. And so I think the running backs had a good day and ran the ball pretty well. And so I think that translates into the offensive line playing pretty well. It sounded like things changed about halfway through the scrimmage and the defense started dominating, whether that was tempo slowed down or the heat got to the offense or whatever it might be. But I think the offensive line's doing a pretty good job. I think the battle is going to be at that guard position. I think the two tackles are set and the center is set. And I think Cam Stutz at right guard is set. I think the battle is at that left guard, whether it's Jeremiah Wright, Tate Johnson, or even Tulsa transfer Jaden Muskrat, who's played some guard and some tackle. He's kind of played everything. I think the battle is at that left guard position and who's going to be there. But I think they've got 7 guys that they feel really good about that I think are starter quality. And then it probably trails off a little bit after that. But I think there's 7 guys that they probably feel like they could put in and would call a starter. But I think they've done pretty well. And when you hear some signs about them running the ball a little bit, that's a good thing. Now, as Hugh Freeze always says, you're talking about an intra-squad scrimmage. Does that mean Auburn's defensive front is not where it needs to be? Or is the defensive front not good enough? And, you don't know those things, but all you can do is go off what you got. And I think the offensive line is gelling pretty good. And having all those guys come in the spring, Gunnar Britton, Avery Jones, Dylan Wade, they were all there during the spring. So I think they're going to be in pretty good shape to start the season with 6 or 7 guys that they think are starters, and then they just gotta gel, and the chemistry's got to be there. But I think they're in a good spot so far.
Justin Hokanson is with us, Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Go follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Would you, simple yes, no here if you want to. Jarquez Hunter, starter game 1 now, yes, you think?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, that was not your choice.
I mean, just because
I didn't allow you an I don't know. Yeah, it was a yes or no.
I object. Yes or no. Permission to treat him as hostile.
Yeah. That you're getting.
I'll allow it.
I think that, he missed the first couple of days of camp. Not sure why, but could have been maybe some you're going to work yourself back onto the practice field type stuff. I just have heard that there's the possibility that he misses a game or a couple. I just don't know the answer to that. He could absolutely walk on there and be the starter UMass, but it wouldn't shock me at all if he misses a game or 2, just as a suspension of some of those things that went on that Hugh Freeze won't talk about. So I think Damari Alston, I know that Damari Alston and those running backs have been told to be prepared like you're going to be the starter. And if you've listened to Hugh Freeze, he has really, really praised Damari Alston and his ability on the field, but his leadership off the field. He's really built him up. So wouldn't shock me at all if Jarquez doesn't start game 1 or doesn't play game 1.
Quarterback's going to be the focus the entire offseason, and how well the quarterbacks play obviously will lead to a lot of success Auburn has or doesn't have. But this defense has got to get better. I mean, last year by Auburn standards, it was awful. 30 points per game they gave up. Steven Sings V, the Liberty transfer linebacker, I'm hearing he's making a lot of waves. Is this a guy that is going to be an impact guy from day one?
Yeah, he's going to be an impact guy. Jalen McLeod's really the guy at that position who, from talking to people in camp, there's some people that I've talked to that said Jalen McLeod's the best player on the football team. The transfer from Appalachian State. He appears to be the real deal at that jack position, and Steven Sings has been really good too. Those 2 guys have the size, the physicality, the motor. Both those guys are mentioned as high motor guys, which is what you want to hear at that jack position if you're talking about getting after the quarterback. I think Steven Sings is a guy that maybe didn't get as much pub because he was an after spring transfer from Liberty. He's a guy that was originally committed to Virginia Tech, and through circumstances, he ended up at Liberty. But he's a Power 5 type guy, so I think he's going to be a guy to watch. But your overarching point about the defense is right, and I think that all the attention is on the quarterbacks. We understand why receivers, the offense in general, gets a lot of the attention. I think that front 7 is every bit the concern, maybe even more of a concern to me than how that offense is going to look. I think there's a lot of question marks still. Justin Rogers, is he in the kind of shape he needs to be? Is he ready to be an impact guy? How's linebacker going to shake out? I think that front 7 has got a lot of question marks. Jalen McLeod and Steven Sings being really good so far is a huge plus, because that's going to be really Auburn's only ability to rush the quarterback in a serious and consistent way. But I think your questions about the defense, mainly that front seven, I think those are legit questions, and I'm not sure we're going to have those answers until they get into SEC play. But I'm not sure that defense is going to be anything more than average this year. But somebody like McLeod or Sings or somebody that could elevate it. If those guys are the real deal, they could help elevate that front seven.
Okay, I was going to ask you, so you may have answered right there. The front seven, that's your biggest concern before SEC play, the thing that has to get better in these first couple of games before you open SEC play. Is it the front seven, or is there another position? Like, do the receivers have to get better? Where's the position that has to get better?
I think front seven, I think as a whole, I don't know that I would be specific. I think maybe you take the Jack out of it. I think there's some progress there, but I don't know what's happening on the rotation of the defensive line, and linebacker to me is still a mixed bag. So I consider just the front seven as a whole. And receivers is a big question mark. Hugh Freeze was not pleased with the receivers during Saturday's scrimmage. It was the one position, honestly, that you could tell he was frustrated. He said there was too many missed assignments, guys running the wrong routes from what he can tell. And he even used the word loafing, which is a really strong word to use in public about one of your positions. But he used it, and he said that there were times where he thought he wasn't sure if they were loafing or he wasn't sure if they just ran the wrong route, what was going on, where there was instances where the quarterback made the correct read on an RPO, but then the receiver's not where he's supposed to be, and so then things break down. And so I think that receiver position is still very much up in the air. They're dealing with injuries there. Malcolm Johnson Jr., Coy Moore, Javaris Johnson, and Camden Brown have all missed time due to injury. I think Shane Hooks has come on well. But, yeah, I would almost say receiver and defensive front almost have me more worried than the quarterback position. Even though we don't know what's going to happen at quarterback, I think there's options there. Those other two positions need to come on.
I think we flash the lights now when I'm such a homer. So here's my homer moment of the day right here. I think Auburn dodged a bullet. I think that Flory Baidunga guy is I don't think he's a 5-star guy. I think he's undersized at 6'9" for his position.
How much tape have you watched?
He's only played the game for 4 years. Yeah. I think Auburn dodged a bullet. What do you think?
I do not agree.
Dodged a bullet on a 5-star.
Yeah, Kansas took him. Auburn dodged a bullet. Yeah.
Listen, I don't pretend to be, any kind of expert. I know the game pretty well, and I think I know talent. But I can tell you that I'm not sure Bruce Pearl has spent more time recruiting a kid personally than Flory Baidunga. So I think that speaks to what. The talent that kid has and what he could have been on that Auburn team. I mean, Auburn, Janai Broom's probably gone. He would have come in and start, no question. It's wide open for him, and it was a good roster situation. And I know Auburn put a ton of effort into him for a long time and really thought they were in position. I think it probably came down to Kansas and Auburn. That's what I was being told for the last 2 weeks, was kind of a 50-50 thing on Kansas and Auburn. And so I think they wanted him pretty bad. I think he would have been a good fit because of how he can stretch and play down low or stretch it out. That athletic wing guy, I think he would have been phenomenal.
All right, here's Justin Hokanson, football, basketball, done away as all of a sudden Jeff Goodman breaking players down. Go follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokanson, AuburnLive.com, part of On3. Hoke, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week, buddy.
You too. See you guys.
All right, man. Take care. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Dodge the bullet. Who wanted a 6'9" guy?
Yeah, really. The Kansas is after.
He's a tweener.
Duke in Kansas.
He's a tweener.
Duke in Kansas, what the guy done was, he dodged a bullet.
Dodged a bullet.
Tweener. He's a tweener. I mean, he wants a
But
tweener.
You know what's funny is if he ends up being a bust, we'll get that back.
There's no doubt. Dunaway's doing this completely in jest. But if the guy never plays, we'll never hear the end of this.
In jest, Brown. When am I ever in jest? Chicken cock. Let's talk a little chicken cock, LT.
Yeah, Dunaway. It's a great bourbon. Make sure you pick some up. Again, we went to a lot of different bourbon bars this past week out in Maryland. And unfortunately, I didn't get any chicken cock when I was out there. Their brands of choice were a little interesting. But we are back in the neck of chicken cock. You can buy it in the rye or the regular bourbon. That's available in Alabama. The other expressions are available special order at your local ABC stores. You can order online, chickencockWhiskey.com. Chicken Cock Whiskey, one of the oldest whiskey brands in America, founded in 1856 in Bourbon County, Kentucky, known as the famous Old Brand. Pick up a bottle today of Chicken Cock.
All right, so put that on a T-shirt in Lunsford if you're listening on your plane flight back from L.A. LT disappointed he didn't get any chicken cock while he was up in Ocean City.
Time to make up for it, though, right?
Time to make up for it, absolutely. 12 days away from the start of the college football season.
Yeah. Week 0, 12 days from week 0.
Yeah, that includes
That's
Jack
crazy.
State.
I know,
home.
Jack State, UTEP.
Speaking of the Cocks, UTEP and the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State, Rich Rod's team. We do have the first FCS rankings out. Jack State, no longer FCS.
That's
so
right.
they don't have to worry about those rankings. Sanford, still an FCS. Final Four team last year, lost at North Dakota State, got Michael Hires back. Sanford, a local team, starts preseason number 9. I'm going to give you 2 guesses on which state the number 1 team comes from. You get 2 guesses.
Okay, I will go North Dakota or South Dakota.
Ding, 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 ding. Number 1, though, shockingly, is South Dakota State.
The Jackrabbits.
Number 2 is North Dakota State.
Yeah, I think
they
South
love
Dakota's-
their FCS football in the Dakotas.
But South Dakota State, they won it last year.
I think so.
Yeah, I think they beat North Dakota in the final.
South Dakota State, North Dakota State, Montana State, and William and Mary are right there in your top 4. Sanford is in at number 9.
That Jack State game is the second game out of the chute now. It's afternoon because Navy Notre Dame starts at 1:30, I think it is. So that Jack State, CBS Sports Network for Jack State UTEP.
Hey,
Gamecocks are getting some top 25 votes in this offseason.
A good chance.
I've seen one.
Yes.
More than likely one, maybe both of those games. Lance'sLock.com. Jump on board, $90. You get everything.
For football season, absolutely.
Have you ever done a Jacksonville State number, you think? Will this be a lock on Jacksonville State for the first time ever?
They've been an
potentially?
FCS team.
Yeah,
so.
it's the first time that the number's been on the
There
board.
you go, see? That could be history at Lance'sLock.com.
Could
First ever
be.
Jacksonville State pick.
Could be at Lance'sLock.com. I think I already have a stake bet with it. I don't have the stake bet with me right now. They're out there, but I think I've got UTEP minus 3.5.
I think you've got Jack State.
You think I've got Jack
I do
State?
think you took Jack State, yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I took UTEP.
Okay.
I'll bet you a stake you took Jack State.
You're 9 down again, so thank you.
Did I
to
lose 2 this weekend?
No, that Blue Marlin. It was down to 8, and now it's back to 9.
I thought it was down to 7.
No, down to 8. Back to. I could check. I'll double check. Make sure I didn't miss one along the way. I mean, we were making them left and right when we were sitting out by that pool.
We were.
They were
You know what's
flying.
interesting about that is it felt like because we've got monitors right here. You couldn't see anything with our setup.
Well, you had a towel over your head. It's hard to see with a towel over your head.
It didn't matter. I had a towel over my head where I could actually see a phone. But it was just interesting doing a full 4 hours with no copy points, no ability to go to a computer.
Yep.
I would tell you that
Untethered.
I meant to bring a white towel for you to put it over your head today just for the bit, but I forgot to do that. So we don't have any towels up here. It's not a country club.
Actually, you got one in the car with your clubs, right?
It's sweaty from yesterday. It was hot yesterday. By the way, a heat warning today in our area. Heat indexes these are going to be up near 110.
Yep. I did notice, though, Rockstar, cooler weather for the kickoff party Thursday night. It's got Thursday,
Blackberry summer?
Thursday Indian summer is what you're
Indian
looking
summer.
for there. Yeah, Blackberry winter. It is getting down in the 60s at night. So Thursday night, walk-ons, Stadium Trace. The high that day is only mid-80s.
I heard.
Nice weather for the kickoff party.
Have a little cornhole outside.
Yeah.
That's part of the plan. But I thought it was going to be in the 60s when we were in Ocean City at night. I never felt that. Did you?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool outside.
Finally at night, later at night.
It was cool outside. It wasn't that bad. I mean, when I walked outside yesterday to play golf, it was oppressive.
Yeah, but if you get a day in Alabama in August that the high's only in the 80s and the nights gets in the 60s, that's about as good as you're going to get. Right?
I think we got a heat advisory in the
hallway.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I've had several people text me, "Hey, what's up with your boy Wander Franco, shortstop, Mr. Everything for your Tampa Bay Rays?" We're falling apart. I'll just tell you, the Tampa Bay Rays are falling apart. Injuries to our all-star pitcher, and now Wander Franco's not even on the team plane on the trip out to San Francisco. He's being investigated for social media postings that the belief is, according to the Tampa Bay Times, inappropriate relationship with a minor. I mean, that could get you in jail
easily. Yes.
Let alone not in the starting lineup.
Now Wander is he 21?
He's 22.
Oh, he's 22.
22.
But I wonder if this goes back. I don't know about you guys, but like if you're a senior in high school, there were seniors in high school dating freshmen. I'm just pure speculation.
That'd be
here.
18, 14. Yeah.
I mean,
which technically, I guess, was illegal.
It's going to be wild if you guys miss the playoffs, though, with the start you had. You're 5 games up in the wild card. I mean, it's going to take a collapse.
Boy, that division, though.
The way it's going right now, it's possible.
That American League, you got some good teams behind them.
I mean, Houston, by the way,
still behind us.
Yeah. Still behind them, yeah.
In fact, right now, that would be the opening. If the playoffs started today, it would be Houston playing a best-of-3 series in Tampa.
Oof, you don't want to play them.
You don't want to play them. Don't want to play them. Just going in the wrong direction. All right. When we come back, speaking of a wrong direction, the Jim Harbaugh thing took a hard turn to the left, wrong direction for Jim Harbaugh, what he could be facing and what I think is going to be his next move when we come back on TNR, the show being brought to you, as always, by our friends at Bud Light, but also those fine folks behind Brownie over here, the Coca-Cola folks. The Coca-Cola, the Coke Zero, the Diet Coke, the Sprite Zero. A beautiful display right there behind Brownie. As you can tell below his arm, we've been hitting that water a lot. We got to restock that after the show. Thank you, Brownie. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Okay, before we talk about Jim Harbaugh and that situation, Rockstar every day puts together a viewing menu. By the way, where'd you play this weekend? I had friends sending me. Were you part of the Queen thing? Was that at Avondale?
Yeah, we did Queen. Blackjack and Simply did the Queen show, not at the Opera, on Saturday night, and I did a little Under Pressure.
Yeah, it's a great show.
I only did one song, but great to see Mark again. He brought his wife. Hadn't seen her in a few years.
Had three or four people sent me a Rockstar killing it tonight, and I was like, and I had to look, and then I saw Mark up there, and I was like, oh, this must be the Queen show.
Yeah. It's very, very hot and humid on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Very, very hot and humid.
Well, at least you could wear
not black jacket weather.
Shorts and a T-shirt, right?
No, not black jacket weather.
I thought about going out, but boy, we had a long day of travel.
Yeah, we did.
I mean,
a couple delays.
As soon as we hype up American Airlines, they completely shit the bed.
Did not. I mean, it was 2 1-hour delays. If you've traveled recently, that's very minor.
And no cancellations and no crashes.
I think so. We had
no crashes. Oh, good.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
I mean, that to me, that's shitting the bed if we crash.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, the beer on both flights completely flat.
Okay,
that shouldn't be a high bar, right?
The beer's flat?
If you got a flat Diet Coke.
Well, I would ask for a second one.
Yeah.
I'd tell them it was flat.
Well, you saw when I asked for the first.
Yeah.
What she said.
That was Piedmont Airlines.
New Life brings us a Rockstar's viewing menu every day on the show. Tell us about our friends at New Life Art as we're getting closer to football season and maybe another iconic Daniel A. Moore painting.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore just announced that Masterworks in Oils, the legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. For more information and to order, go to danielmooreart.com.
7 p.m. on HGTV they're doing, I think it's season 4, which is crazy, but Ugliest Houses in America. It's hosted by a girl that plays Donna on Parks and Rec. It is a competition where they do the Southwest, the Southeast, the Northwest, all that stuff, and they get 3 houses of the people that say, I have the ugliest house in America, like the way it's decorated, the way we bought it, and I think the winner of each episode gets a redesign by some girl. But she has been to a house that they... family with like 3 kids under the age of like 10, a former funeral home. And they have like an elevator to do the casket. And the kids love playing in this. Like they show.
You remember Clay? Were you in the day Clay told us the story about he was going to buy a former funeral home as a house?
0% chance.
So they started stacking pillows.
0% chance.
But there was one house that I think it was in the northwest where they said this. We love the house, we love the location, but the decor was this person was obsessed with ocean stuff. So when they go in the basement, everything's painted like the ocean. There's a huge mermaid statue. There's a statue of Titan in front of the house. It's just stuff like that where it's very interesting, very ugly.
A Titan or a Vulcan? You had a very Vulcan pose.
What's the god
Triton?
of the sea? Triton.
Yeah.
No,
Neptune.
Neptune.
Yeah, King Triton is who you're thinking of from Little Mermaid. By
So
the
when
way,
you go to the driveway, you go to see a 8-foot statue.
So do you think that you would have Graceland on that list as one of the tackiest houses in America?
Ooh, I'd have to see the others, but it would be in consideration.
Not a funeral home, but somebody died in that one.
Maybe if it was on the bubble.
Funeral home.
Yeah.
And then 9:50 on HBO. I think it premiered yesterday. It's a new documentary. I think it's a 3-part series. Telemarketers. The unexpected 20-year journey of 2 unlikely office buddies who stumble upon the truth behind the work they've been doing at a seedy call center, persuading people to give money to charities and vow to expose the American telemarketing industry.
I don't answer the calls. I'm not going to watch the documentary.
Caleb says, would you guys ever buy a shutdown church and use it as your home?
No, not that either.
Yeah.
That was another house they have. I mean, anything you can think of. Like, this was a former church, still had pews in it. We used them.
Yeah, there are some beautiful churches out there, but I'm with you. I think it would be a little weird.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to be intimate with your wife in that building, knowing what used to be.
The girl.
That's actually sanctioned right there in the Bible, Jim. You're supposed to do that.
But not in the house.
The girl that won the first season, because I know Nancy and I watched it, the girl that won the first season, her dad, she was like 21 years old. Her dad bought this house for her as her birthday. And like, this is what your starter home. And the bathroom had a raised hot tub, and you could see there were cameras in every single room. And they think it was some kind of a bunny ranch house kind of thing. But she said there's cameras.
Or his dad just watching now.
There's cameras in the bedroom. There's cameras in the bathroom. And she says, so we're going to get all those down.
I would.
I would too. I'd start cutting wires.
Yep, no doubt. Yep.
I saw a comedian one time on TikTok, Brown, so I don't even know who this person is, but she's a older Southern lady, and she was talking about lock-ins, which I think is a Southern thing.
Yeah, we used to do that when I was a kid at First Baptist Sachs. Yeah, you'd have a lock-in.
Yeah, I think the only way you only do it for church groups, right?
Yeah. I don't know if they even do it anymore. But
I don't either.
Probably not.
And it was always the middle school, 6th to 8th grade.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'd like to have been in that church meeting where the old lady stood up and said, we need to do more for our youth. Let's have this thing called a lock-in where we put hormonal boys and girls and just lock them into church together for a weekend.
Yeah, now I think ours were segregated by sex and gender.
Ours weren't.
Yeah.
Ours were not.
Really?
One of my first
gosh.
heavy makeout sessions was
a heavy makeout session.
This one was heavy.
Yeah, heavy makeout session.
She's about 250.
Yeah.
Westwood Baptist Church.
Out in Alabaster.
Lock-in, 6th grade.
Yeah.
Lock-in. I wasn't even a member of the church. I got invited to the lock-in.
There's no way to gain membership, by the way, Jim.
And I forget what movie they were showing, but we were on the back row, and I was like, all right.
Yeah, I'd like to heavily make out with you if you do not mind. Yes.
And then we did, I called it redneck skating. We put on roller skates and skated around the gym floor.
Why is that redneck? Just because it's not an actual skating rink?
It's not a really skating rink.
Yeah.
It was,
it's good for the gym floor, too, by the way.
I know. I'm sure that,
And by the way, it's not circular. It's like...
It's square, yeah. Got to make those turns.
If you're not a good skater...
I think this is when I learned to stay up late at night was the lock-ins, because you did not want to fall asleep.
So you went to the lock-ins, too? Huh?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Now, we didn't always stay. At halftime, I'd leave the lock-in.
All right.
It was a weak-ass lock, wasn't it?
It really was.
Jim Harbaugh news. Remember that report that says Jim Harbaugh was going to miss the first 4 games, and he started talking crap about, I probably will let one of my assistant coaches, a different one every game, coach those games if I'm not there. That's a report that started to leak out that Jim Harbaugh was going to do that. Well, over the weekend now, the report has come out. The NCAA has denied Michigan's self-imposed penalty of suspending Jim Harbaugh 4 games. Now, there's likely a ruling of this thing, if it goes the full length, will not come down in the 2024 season. But Harbaugh now is going to be coaching at this moment, going to be coaching in those first 4 games because the NCAA said, no, we're not accepting your self-sanctioned 4-game suspension on Jim Harbaugh. So they are now making this a bigger deal. And I'm going to turn back the clock, and correct me if I'm wrong, LT, but back when USC was facing sanctions, Pete Carroll did what? That's when he left USC and went to Seattle. Is that not the case?
He did.
Jim Harbaugh.
Now, the sanctions in the NCAA had so much more power then. I think this is an example. To me, it looks bad just because of Michigan's schedule. If the schedule was different, 4 games is a lot. But based on who they were playing, people are like, I could coach this team, and they're going to win all 4 of these games.
And then he doubled down by saying, really, that's the case because I'm going to let a different assistant be the head coach in every one of these games.
But it's
which,
still,
by the way, is clapping right back at the NCAA.
I don't know what the NCAA can do now.
Well, I mean, so real quick, you require a little bit of backstory to understand what the NCAA said in their statement. The backstory is this was a recruit that was visiting campus during COVID when you were not supposed to have on-campus visitors. Jim Harbaugh took him to a hamburger shop and bought him a hamburger. Bought him lunch, right?
Technically a cheeseburger, yeah.
And was asked about it, lied about it. During the investigation, they somehow end up with the credit card statements from the Michigan Athletics Department and find a charge on that specific day from this burger joint. And they go back to Jim Harbaugh and say, well, you told us you weren't there. Here's a charge. Who did that? And Harbaugh had to say, okay, I lied about it. So that's why this line is in the release from the NCAA. This is the actual NCAA release from Dan Wetzel's story at Yahoo. The Michigan infractions case is related to impermissible on- and off-campus recruiting during COVID and impermissible coaching activities, not a cheeseburger. That's from the NCAA.
That's a shot, though.
Which tells you the NCAA did not like the way this was playing publicly. That they're just hammering him over a cheeseburger. They want everybody to know it's more than just that.
Yeah, it may have been the cheeseburger that got us in the door.
That's right.
Yeah,
it
may have been tax evasion that got us into the door.
Yeah.
But we're looking at other things now.
Well, to me, Michigan and probably a lot of programs and Jim Harbaugh view the NCAA as not having nearly the power Because we're going to.
Let me clean up something real quick. I'm pointing out that was an Al Capone reference for who doesn't know tax evasion.
Right.
Capone went to jail for
Not
tax
Jim Harbaugh,
evasion.
right.
No tax evasion with Michigan. Start over again.
Yeah.
I wanted to clean
and
that
I think
up.
syphilis finally got him in prison, if I'm right. Is that right?
Yeah, he had a bad case of syphilis.
Yeah.
He was in Alcatraz, too.
I got a good case of syphilis.
It's not that bad. Doctor
Just got the bad one.
Is that where the phrase shiv comes from? Syphilis. Okay.
Yeah.
Got shivved?
No.
Nope.
That's not. But I can't even remember my point now. Well, so the NCAA, this is Michigan's way of saying we don't think you've got any power. We're going to suspend him for 4 games. We're probably 21-plus points in all 4 of those games. I mean, do you guys, what can they actually, if they came back and said you're suspended for a year, what does Michigan do?
Well, they would appeal it and let him coach. And then to Jim's point, he might go to the NFL. They might win the appeal. I mean, I think the NCAA, to your point, is far, far, far weaker now than they were when they hammered USC.
But if Harbaugh got on a conference call with the other Power 5 coaches and said, look, they're going to try to suspend me, I'm not tapping out to this. I'm going to continue to coach. What's the NCAA going to do?
Well, eventually, if you lose, you forfeit all those games.
But if the AP and the coaches poll recognize you as a champion, what does it matter?
I don't know. Ask 2000, whichever USC team that.
As a USC guy, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, nobody pays attention to the coaches poll and the AP poll when it took.
I mean, what are other national championships that have been vacated?
I don't know, but I'm just saying nobody pays attention to those polls for the national championship. That's the flaw in your argument.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if you still would be could you not play in the national championship
Well,
game?
I mean, if you're postseason ineligible, which they don't really do that anymore, but I would imagine if you just continue to say, I don't care what you say, I'm coaching, at some point the NCAA is going to, I guess, find their teeth. I don't know.
Here's the thing. I will be interested if both sides dig in. If Michigan digs in and the NCAA digs in, this could be a breaking point. This could be a landmark case.
I think he coaches every game this year. They don't have a ruling this year. They rule it in the off season, and he's not around to accept the penalties. He's
back to the
88
NFL.
And out the gate. NFL or retirement.
Boy, it'd be early for Harbaugh to retire. I mean, Harbaugh's not even 60.
Yeah, it was early for Urban Meyer. A lot, both times.
Yeah, I just don't know what the NCAA does anymore. You know, it's a toothless organization that's going to eventually die. So I'm with Lance. You know, who's the first institution to say,
somebody's going to do that.
You guys got no power. We're not gonna abide by what you say. We're just gonna keep playing football.
We've got a good thing going with Jim Harbaugh. We're making millions and millions of dollars. We had a disaster with Rich Rod. We don't want to go back and try to find our guy. If he wants to coach, he's going to coach. What are you going to do? Come get us.
That's right. Come get us. We'll be right here in Ann Arbor.
You know where we are. We're the big house on the corner.
And we'll show you where you can find a good burger.
I've been waiting for this day, actually.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it will be the end of the NCAA when a school stands up to them and says, we don't care what you say. We're doing it this way.
And you don't need them really anymore. This is a business.
They're going to die anyway. The NCAA is going to die anyway. So at some point, people will start ignoring them. That will be, the last sign that they're on their way to death.
Louisville 2013 basketball, USC 2004 football. Thank you for all that in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If you're still out moving around, even if you're sending your kids back to school, make sure your car, truck, whatever you're driving around is ready to roll this rest of the summer and into fall for football season to and from the stadiums with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive for great locations in Birmingham. We'll talk to Clint Lamb on Alabama scrimmage coming up at the top of the hour. Well, the new Auburn podcast that we've launched last week. First episode, is that today?
Coming up today, yep.
Coming up today. So make sure all your alerts are set for the new programming we're sending out. Bing, bing. It'll be popping up on your screens everywhere. You'll want to have that ready to go. A new Auburn podcast dropping today with Brad Law and Company. Should be a lot of fun. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice. 4 great locations of Slice as well.
I was at the Vestavia location. I love our friends at Slice, but Taylor sent me over the weekend. Were we not talking about a Mexican pizza we were creating?
Yeah, that's right.
Slice?
The La Excelencia.
And guess what? The Mexicali is in the Vestavia location. Went last night. They tweeted out about it.
Looks like we got a bait and switch there.
It was really good. It was really good. But a new specialty pizza out there. It is called the Mexicali.
So you had it?
I had it last night. Now, I did What do you think the meat that would come on the Mexicali?
Chorizo.
I would say usually it would be ground hamburger, but I think you told me, was it steak?
It was lamb. But I subbed out. I was like, I know Rockstar, I was going to get you the lamb to go because I know you're a big lamb guy.
I'm a lamb. Oh, God.
I am not a lamb guy.
Oh, you got
I'm not
either.
either.
It's not gross at all.
A little too. And I told the girl, I was like,
can I taste to it?
Can I sub this out? I was like, lamb's a little gamey for me. She's like, oh, trust me, you can't tell the difference. She was like, it just tastes like you're eating meat. And I said, well, let's make my meat chicken, if you don't mind. And it was great with the chicken. I don't know how it is with the lamb. But anyway, specialty pizzas, they continue to roll those things out. The Pajalia brothers do a great job of this concept. The original location in Lakeview. I was at the Vestavia location last night, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, a lot more to do here, including when we come back, a couple of big recruiting notes. And one Big 12 school's done something for the first time since 2013. That and more coming up on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at The Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Football season is here, and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Oklahoma State sells out of their season tickets. Small stadium, but they still sold out.
Yeah, I think it was 45,000 tickets they sold, something like that.
49,555, Brownie.
Do you have the precise number, Jim?
I do. I don't know why you said you were going to guess there. Small stadium sold out there, but 49, well, I wouldn't have the number.
Yes.
49,555. First time since 2013 they sold it out. My question, though, the reason I bring it up, Brown, is why the excitement for Oklahoma State football.
Do you think that's got anything to do? Are they hosting Bedlam this year?
I think they are.
All right, I would imagine.
Last one.
Yeah, last Bedlam. So I would imagine they think that's going to be a hot ticket.
They've got the Big 12 champion, Kansas State, coming in. They've got Oklahoma, coming in. They've got BYU. And
that's a pretty good home schedule.
Yeah, it's not bad. They've got Cincinnati, Kansas. But that's not a bad home schedule.
Who's their out-of-conference?
They're out-of-conference, Central Arkansas, at Arizona State, and they've got South Alabama at home. That can be a tricky game.
Yeah, the old South Alabama game.
You know, it seems like Oklahoma State every 2 or 3 years will lose to a Group 5.
Hey, that South Alabama game's tough. I mean, coming back off a trip to Arizona State, who do they play the week after South? Because they're getting a conference play then, don't they?
Yeah, at Iowa State.
At Iowa State. That's a sandwich game right there.
Oh, yeah, got to go West Coast.
Come back.
East, South Alabama.
Yep. And then conference play.
Now, good news for them, it's a night game.
Trap game right there is what it is.
Could be a trap game. Oklahoma State, though, they were just a play away 2 years ago from playing in the college football playoffs. So, to me, it's like this with Gundy. I mean, worst case, you get 7 or 8 wins, but sometimes you can get that 10 or 11 wins, and the Big 12 is wide open this year.
Yeah, but, okay, now they do their quarterback. He's in Oxford.
Well, I mean, there's a reason he's in Oxford, because I don't know if Spencer Sanders was going to be the guy this year.
Good point there. I like that. Speaking of Oxford, that's where Pete Golding is now, the former Alabama defensive coordinator, coming off their first scrimmage over the weekend.
Looked like they just pulled him out of an avalanche.
Must have been humid or post-shower there. Needs some blow drying that hair there. Pete Golding gets asked about the similarities between Nick Saban and Lane Kiffin. Before you hit it, Rockstar, what do you think it is?
Similarities between Nick Saban and Lane Kiffin?
And I will accept Pete just simply saying, they're none. They're zero.
I will go, they both have great football IQs. They grew up around the game. They know the game inside and out.
I'm going to do the old driven, hate to lose cliche. You know, these guys, they hate to lose. These guys are driven, that type thing.
Well, then Lane Kiffin was in a fetal position last October, November, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So hates to lose.
Well, wrong answers only. What do you think it is? This guy's a workaholic taskmaster.
Oh, yeah. Lane hates social media.
Loves to get to office early and stay late.
That's a farmer's tan. That shows you that our man Pete's been working.
Yeah, he's been working on stuff, not his tan. Here's Pete Golding on the similarities between Saban and Kiffin.
I mean, obviously working with Nick Saban and now Lane, I mean, have you seen any kind of similarities between the two? Any differences? Anything to kind of point out there?
Yeah, no, a lot, to be honest with you, especially in a meeting format. Obviously, they're both super intelligent. They both demand discipline in the program in different ways, you know what I'm saying, but they still demand it. But a lot of the mannerisms are very similar within the room. I think what Coach Kiffin does a really good job of, I think it's very easy once you've been in that place for a long period of time to go somewhere else and try to run it exactly the same. And it's not. It's not the same resource. You don't have the same people. It's not in the same place. And so what I love about Coach Kiffin, you know, a lot of the things that, you know, helped Alabama get to where they are, we do. And there's some other things in every program, not just Alabama, that are probably in spite of, right? I mean, you're going to win in spite of doing those things. And I think Coach Kiffin does a really good job of putting his own personality on the program and still not getting away from the culture and the foundation and the discipline and the toughness and all those things that you need for a winning program, but still having his own personality to do it. And so I think, you know, he and I both learned a lot from there.
Yeah. By the way, sounds a little bit more comfortable in Oxford.
Well, the microscope, not even and I was about to say, and I think you guys kind of agree with me, that I think he got a bad deal. Like, I think people were overly critical of Pete Golding.
I agree.
But I think his boss defended him every chance he got. I mean, when did you hear Nick Saban say anything negative about Pete Golding?
Yeah,
Never.
But I think we forget, like, last year Alabama was 9th in points per game given.
No, I know. You're right about fans. I mean, I don't know if fans were right or wrong, but fans stayed on Pete Golding's tail the whole time he was in Tuscaloosa. But very publicly, Nick Saban supported Pete Golding.
Yeah, again, Alabama probably with a dominant wide receiver last year wins the national championship.
Storm Restoration Roofing is a champion in our eyes. Greg from Pell City owns the company, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run this thing day in and day out. and they are some of the best, A+ rated in the Better Business Bureau. If you're in the area, in the Birmingham metro area, Greg can take care of you. In fact, don't be afraid to call if you're, even right outside the Birmingham metro area. He keeps expanding his stretch on getting out and taking care of all the next round customers. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. That free no-cost roof inspection, Greg will get up on your roof. He'll check and see if you got loose shingles, bent shingles that can cause water entry points, anything on the roof that may be wrong. It's a free no-cost roof inspection. Insurance companies trust him. The best warranties in the business. Locally owned, as I said, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. To Alabama camp we go in the next segment with Clint Lamb, but Aaron Suttles was with us last week from Yea, Alabama. The discussion came up on what maybe is the best position group on campus for this Alabama football team. And here's what Suttles said.
I think it's the best position group on the team. I mean, you can make a case. I know.
Are you kidding me? That's the best position group on the team?
I think so. Wow. I really do. I think running back's up there. I think, well, in terms of maybe if you're going to define it by proven, you're going to go outside linebacker, right? You got Dallas Turner, you got Chris Bradwell, who hadn't played a ton, but he's proven himself. Running back, I think, is a very strong position. But in terms of like depth and guys that could play, I think they got options. And, we'll see what happens with, Elijah Pritchett. There are a lot of names and as well as some experience. But I think the left side of the line is what's really up in the air.
Offensive line is what he's talking about. They're coming off the first scrimmage. We can only go by intel, and we'll get some of that from Clint coming up. But the one thing I took away from Nick Saban's post-scrimmage comments was a lot of concern about the wide receivers, again, dropping the ball. There wasn't a whole lot of talk about protection problems or quarterbacks or anything else. It was like the wide receivers, it's in your name. You're supposed to catch the ball. You're supposed to receive the football.
Well, it is interesting. Back to what Aaron said there. Look, on the right side, you've got Booker and Latham. I mean, you've got maybe the best right side in all of college football. So then the concern does deflect to the left. And Saban said after the scrimmage, hey, we need more offensive line depth. So, I think he is probably happy with his ones right now. But again, you got to have depth in this conference. One of those guys goes around. You got to shift around. But he said receiver means catching the football. And if you can't consistently catch the football, I don't know what's going on.
And that was a problem last year at times.
Yeah, I mean, literally one or two drops, you get deemed a guy that you can't rely on.
I thought it was going to cost them the Texas game, Brown. Bryce was put so many balls on guys' hands, and they kept dropping them. And Bryce was able to save them at the end. Gibbs at the end of the Tennessee game, I can't remember if there were any more drops because all I can see in that game is I think back is Hyatt wide open catching touchdown passes and not dropping them. But that's one big drop that sticks out. Can't really remember the LSU game, but drops was a problem last year.
But that Gibbs, and I'm not doing this as a shot at Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was a really good player for Alabama last year.
And it'll show in the NFL,
too. He's in the NFL now, and people are excited about what he could do for the Lions. That said, so much of the offseason discussion we have about Alabama, if Gibbs catches that one pass, just that one pass, I wonder how much it changes, because even the LSU loss wouldn't have cost Alabama the West.
Well, look, Tennessee, again, they had the meltdown against South Carolina, but it's no telling what direction their season goes. So, yeah, I think the narrative overall in the SEC would have been different if he makes that grab, and I'll say it again. If they had a Jamison Williams, if they had, name any of those receivers over the last decade, the go-to guy, last year would have been tremendously different just because of how talented Bryce Young was.
We'll talk more about that Alabama scrimmage, Clint Lamb. If you missed the Auburn conversation with Justin Hokanson, it is wherever you get our podcast, both at Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, iHeartRadio. Thanks for listening live to us right now on TuneIn or the Next Round app. We appreciate you being with us on our video platforms as well, including YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, and everywhere else. And don't forget to follow everything at Next Round Live. Like, subscribe, and give us those thumbs up. Before LT tells us about Hemphill, I will make one point that Peyton Manning is back at Tennessee. Did you see this? He's going to be a teacher, a College of Communications, a professor for one semester there this upcoming year. Would you be lining up to take Peyton Manning's class?
Oh, why would you not? Yeah, to tell your kids, your grandkids that you took Peyton Manning's class.
Now I'm going to assume it's taught virtually. Did they point that out?
Oh, they did not. I didn't read into the story like that. I thought he'd be on campus.
No, I'm going to assume you go in there and he's projected on a screen.
Oh.
Yeah, even if it's that, though. And it
it's
seems
still
like
interesting.
as long as you do the work, you're going to get an A with Peyton Manning, and it's going to be fun and entertaining.
Yeah.
Especially if you play for the Big Orange. No way he's not going to keep that guy off the field. Tell us about Hemphill. That'll get us to the top of the hour.
Yeah, our friends at Hemphill offering that 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. It's hard to stop a train. For all of your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs, call Hemphill Services. They're on the way to my house right now. Again, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New AP poll is out, the first one preseason, as we're about to talk to Clint Lamb about Alabama's scrimmage over the weekend. Brownie, Alabama, not number 1. Where are they?
They are number 4, your top 5. Georgia, number 1 with 60 of 63 first-place votes. Michigan, number 2 with 2 first-place votes. Ohio State, 3rd with a singular first-place vote. Alabama, 4, LSU, 5.
Stand up now and face the sun.
LSU, almost as if there are like 2 power conferences now.
Yeah.
And they're all in the top 5.
As if.
Yeah.
One up north, one down in the south.
Yeah, kind of.
This is going to be interesting because Michigan's finally on the radar.
Can they play on the radar?
The expectation is going to be huge. And is J.J. McCarthy going to continue that progression at quarterback? And on the other side, Alabama's finally kind of off the radar. I know being number 4 doesn't sound like you're off the radar, but they are.
Okay, we'll break down that AP poll completely coming up after we talk to Clint Lamb.
And Clint joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, part of Bama Online, which is part of On3 Sports. You can follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. And he's here now. What is up, Clint? How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, fellas. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Alabama number 4. Will the funeral services be this afternoon, or do they wait a little bit for the cancellation of the program?
I was actually kind of surprised that Alabama ranked number 3 in the coaches poll. So I thought number 4 and number 5 would kind of be that sweet spot. So I think Nick Saban would certainly prefer where they're ranked right now compared to where they were ranked last year.
Yeah, I mean, they do seem, again, as I said earlier, Clint, off the radar. And I said this when we were in Nashville, the best thing that could happen to Alabama and the worst thing that could happen for LSU is LSU to be number 1 in the West coming out from the media. Of course, that didn't happen, so it doesn't really matter now. To the quarterback position, though, because that's the thing everybody's going to focus on, we continue to hear Jalen Milroe is by far the best athlete on the field, but still has a trouble with ball protection. Do you get the feeling if the opener was next Saturday that Jalen Milroe would go out with the ones?
I do, yeah. I mean, I think that's where things are trending right now. Obviously, a lot can still happen. You know, the cakes are still in the oven. And I think there's multiple. I don't think Nick Saban was referring to one particular guy when he made the statement. I think he was referring to multiple. And we'll just kind of have to see how things play out over the long haul. But, you know, in the short term, the further you get into camp, I think that the mentality is, at this point in camp, you want a guy to step up and take the job. And then as you get closer to Middle Tennessee State, or even, you know, if this battle carries on into the following week when you're leading up to Texas, I think it becomes a lot more about if Jalen Milroe is doing things wrong, then you might elevate somebody else based off of the play of the guy ahead of him. But for now, they don't want to reward anybody that hadn't earned the right to climb the depth chart. But at the same time, I've heard really good things about Jalen Milroe's progress. I still think he is having some issues. I think all the quarterbacks are. But also, you know, you talk about climbing the depth chart and where people stand, but you also got to think, I think Alabama has had a vision for what it wants out of the quarterback position this season. And the closer you get to the season, if you're not getting that out of any one particular guy, or at least not to the degree that you're looking for, you've got to kind of pivot what it is that you're doing. And I think you shift from what you're trying to get out of these guys to playing to different players' strengths. If it's Jalen Milroe, it's implementing his legs. I mean, back in the spring, Nick Saban was very adamant that he doesn't want the quarterbacks calling their number a ton. You know, he wants to distribute the football to the playmakers at hand. There are plenty of them. You've got a good stable of running backs. The play action pass should be quite effective playing off of that. But at the same time, you know, if that's your best way to win football games, I think that's priority number 1 for Nick Saban. Even though, you know, I think maybe a Ty Simpson, if you went ahead and got him out there, you might have some growing pains, but I think that they can still win football games with Ty Simpson. But by the end of the year, you might be in a better position because he's gone through those growing pains, and maybe the ceiling as a passer and what you are looking for out of the position would be closer to what you had originally envisioned. But for now, all these quarterbacks are making plays. They're all, you know, they've got some issues, and it's been kind of wild because it's a very talented quarterback room, and I think they're going to be able to win, you know, most games with whoever ends up starting. I don't think it's as big of a concern as some people make it out to be, but it is wild that you've got 5 players and none of them have been able to step up and really claim the job, or at least claim a substantial lead, you know, in the battle. You know, we'll just have to see how things play out.
You know, it's natural that with the success this program's had since 2008, most of the offseason and the lead up to the season is talking about what this team maybe can't do, right? That's natural because you've been so good since 2008. You spend a lot of time saying, what's Alabama not good at? Because they're so good at so many other things. Let's flip the script. Tell me one thing from your intel from this scrimmage that Alabama fans should be really excited about. What was one really, really good thing that happened Saturday in this scrimmage?
And I think there's multiple. I think the number one thing based off of what Alabama wants its identity to be is the run game and the offensive line and the running backs and that combination and what it can do for you to really control, the game, control tempo, control, keeping opposing offenses off the field. Like if you look at that Tennessee game, the way that Alabama needed to attack Tennessee's defense was throwing the football. Bryce Young was Mr. Everything in that game. But at the same time, when you're scoring quickly, Alabama's defense had to get back out there against Tennessee's offense. They're out there for a lot of plays. They're running around. They're not getting much breaks. And then by the end of the game, your defense is wore out. And so I think from a complementary standpoint, you've got an offensive identity that's going to be built more around controlling the game clock and keeping the defense off the field. I don't think it's going to be conservative, or I don't think they want it to be conservative. But in those moments where your defense needs a rest, can your offense go out there and have a 5 or 6 minute drive to give them the break that they need? Because we certainly know that this defense is filled with playmakers who could end up being one of the best defenses in the country, but they've got to get more help from the offense. And I think that they'll get that this year. The stable of running backs, Jam Miller dealing with a thigh bruise, but, he has done some really good things when he's been healthy. Certainly think he's going to be a big part of Alabama's rotation. You got Justice Haynes, you got Jace McClellan, you got even Roydell Williams. So you've got 3 or 4 at minimum players that you can rely on in that Alabama backfield. And you've got an offensive line that we're talking about J.C. Latham being 360 pounds now. Your other potential tackle, or the guy that was running with the first team on Saturday, was Caden Proctor, a 5-star true freshman, 6'7", 354. Across the board, this offensive line is substantially bigger. That kind of fits the identity and the mentality of, imposing your will. So I think that is something that regardless of what happens at quarterback, fans can rely on, is that they're going to be able to run the football effectively.
Clint Lamb is with us. You could see Clint on 3 Sports at Clint R. Lamb on Twitter is where you would follow him there, and Bama Online, part of On 3 Sports there. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Following the scrimmage on Saturday, you took note of the fact that Nick Saban brought up the name Tony Mitchell. And, you just rewind a few months, there was, questions to whether or not he can be part of the program. Not only is he part of the program, but he's apparently performing well enough in scrimmages that Nick Saban's mentioning him by name.
That's wild to me. And it might not necessarily be that he's doing great things in these practices necessarily, but I think at bare minimum, it speaks to the expectations or the hopes that this coaching staff has for Tony Mitchell. And for a guy that we weren't really sure what his status on this team was going to be, if he was even going to be on this team just a few short months ago, that's certainly encouraging. And, we've talked about all the versatile pieces all offseason in this Alabama secondary. I think they've got depth. I think they've got, they can move guys and use them in different looks. They've typically been like a left cornerback, right cornerback. You've got star guys have kind of played their positions. If you played against a Tennessee style of offense where you've got a real problem with Jalen Hyatt there in the slot, maybe you can move guys around to get more of matchup based, styles of play, if that's what you're looking for, because you've got versatility in the secondary. And Tony Mitchell certainly fits into that. I don't think he's going to be, a first team guy. I don't think he's necessarily going to be a part of the rotation at all. But just if you're looking long term and what Alabama wants its secondary to be, star safety, I think he's a great box player, got really good size. And then he's got some athleticism. And if he's lost a little bit of the bad weight that I'd heard that he had put on, he could certainly be a player that surprises some people, makes an impact on special teams in year one. And then we'll see what happens from there. But very encouraging that, considering where he was just a few short months ago, you've got Nick Saban calling him out by name. And he's been giving him some hard coaching, and that typically is pointed towards a player that the coaching staff feels very highly of.
I don't think there's any higher expectation for a player than there is Caleb Downs right now. And if you just had to project this, do you think in the next couple of months Alabama fans are going to say this is one of the top 5 guys on this entire roster?
Well, back in, I think I joined you guys right after the A-Day game. I said that I already felt like he was one of, if not the best players on this roster. Granted, that's not to say anything for anybody else. Kool-Aid McKinstry is a projected top 10 pick. J.C. Latham's a potential first-round offensive lineman. I think Tyler Booker is going to be one of, if not the best interior offensive lineman in all of college football. you've got players on both sides who I think are really going to be impressive, important pieces to how good Alabama is this season. But when you look at Caleb Downs and just what he can do for your defense and the versatility that he provides, now he's not moving around a ton. Nick Saban didn't bring him up as a guy who's playing star and corner and safety and all that stuff. But just, I think on game days, playing that safety position and just the fact that he can do the cover stuff at an elite level, the fact that he can roll up and make physical, tone-setting plays against the run, the fact that you can play him over the slot, you can play him in single, high, two, high, all these different things. It's just from everything that I've heard, I mean, when you watch him play, there was one particular, in that open practice play that I noticed where it looked like Isaiah Bond had beat him off the jump, and he was able to recover and get back in phase really quickly. And I thought for sure it was going to be a touchdown if the quarterback just would have thrown the ball to him. And then, 0.2 seconds later, you're like, I'm pretty sure if he throws that football, Caleb Downs is coming down with an interception. And just every time I watch him, I come away more impressed than I was, going in. And it's just, there's very few players in college football that I can say that about.
It seems like every one of these Alabama receivers, at a moment you're like, okay, they're about to break out, they're going to be good. And then there's a drop. And it was a 15-minute post-scrimmage news conference, and I only focus on one little thing, but Nick Saban mentioned catching the ball again. What do you think is what's the hang-up here? Is it because they're catching throws from so many different quarterbacks now, or is this just an inconsistent group of receivers at catching the football?
It could be a number of factors, and I think that the number of quarterbacks can play into that a little bit. Certainly, it's at least worth mentioning. I think the weather and just the heat and what that can do. Now, here's the problem. Was it super hot in April when the A-Day game happened? No, but they still had some trouble with drops. I don't think it's the number of drops that's a problem. I don't think they're dropping 10 passes. I think it's the timing of drops. It's a big crucial play in practice where it's like a certain situation. It's the 3rd and 11 and you're trying to get a first down and a ball hits a player in the hands and they can't bring it in. And if it was a live game situation, that would have been a critical moment in the game. I mean, look at the Jahmyr Gibbs drop against Tennessee. The timing of these drops is what really, leaves a lasting impression. I mean, Jermaine Burton, from a catch rate perspective, he was actually one of the better players in the SEC and really in college football when it came to that last year. But yet, from a fan's perspective, he's a guy who struggles with drops because where some of those drops happened were at critical moments of games. So it has been really interesting to watch this wide receiver group this entire offseason because I feel like it's been a wave of just, I was really hot on Isaiah Bond for the longest, and then it kind of transferred to Kendrick Law and Malik Benson. And then you start realizing, okay, Ja'Cory Brooks is still going to be a huge part of this rotation. And then it's like Jermaine Burton, who had got kind of sent down to the second team for A-Day. And Nick Saban, after spending his entire first year after transferring from Georgia, or at least the offseason leading up to his first year, talking about how he was by far the most consistent receiver they had. He was anything but consistent during the season. And then following that, back in the spring, Nick Saban talked about how he needed to be more consistent. And so I think that's something that he's really put a focus on since the spring ended during the summer. I'm hearing really good things about him and his progress, and I think he's going to be a big part of this rotation too. I mean, he finished the down the stretch, he was really effective for Alabama last year, but it's just, inconsistency was a major issue for really all these guys. But drops are something that I think fans should be concerned with, but it's not, like I said, it's not the number, it's the timing.
All right, go follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. Read his work with Bama Online, part of On3 Sports. They are headed over, I think, at the top of the hour here to talk to players. Am I right about that, Clint? Is that what you guys got coming up today?
Yes, sir, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, so you'll have coverage of that at Bama Online, and Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. Clint, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week.
Absolutely, fellas. Good talking to you guys.
All right, you too, buddy. Clint with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Another reminder that Wednesday, final hour of the show, biggest announcement in our company's history. You'll have the entire hour of announcements.
All right.
It's really not just one singular announcement.
That's right.
It's a series of them.
That's right. It's
a bunch. I don't even want to count.
Can't even count.
We're going to stack them, though. It's stackable.
I am getting text. Hey, can you just let me know?
I know. My phone's
I
been
can't
blowing
do it.
up.
I've been sworn to secrecy.
Yep.
12, but I will tell you there are two letters that you will not hear together, F and M. You'll not hear that. 12 noon.
A&M?
You'll not hear A&M either.
Oh. Yes, A&M.
Damn Aggies.
Yes.
12 noon Wednesday, commercial free for the final hour of the show coming up. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont. For those that are riding around, we'll get right to the AP poll after LT tells us about our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, great product, locally owned and operated. Redmont Vodka, their aim, color, and taste, clarity. Make sure you pick up a bottle right now, available at your local ABC store, package store. Ask for it by name. It's available in 22 states. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. Again, it is Redmont Vodka.
All right, so here we go. For those fine folks who are riding around the country, driving trucks or in cars and on audio only, I'm going to go old school real quick, the way Herb Winches delivered me the AP poll in the 1970s without the graphics. But if you got a graphic, throw it up there. There you go. The preseason AP Top 25 poll is out. If you're watching us, you can see it. If not, Georgia is 1, Michigan is 2, Ohio State is 3, Alabama is 4. If the playoffs started today, those would be your 4 teams.
And it would be hot. It would be hot for the playoffs, yes.
Just missing the playoffs would be LSU at 5, USC at 6, Penn State is 7, Florida State is 8, Clemson is 9, Washington is 10. Future SEC team 11, Texas. Tennessee, current SEC team 12. Notre Dame, independent, my God, 13th, Notre Dame. Utah is 14. Oregon is 15. Kansas State is 16. TCU is 17. Oregon State 18. Wisconsin 19. Future SEC team Oklahoma 20. North Carolina 21. Ole Miss 22. Texas A&M 23. Tulane 24. Iowa 25. Your first thought when you saw this top 25 LT is what?
Pac-12, again, I think this is going to be their best overall year. 5 teams in the top 18. That really jumps out, and teams they believe, if you're in the preseason top 10, teams that can get to a college football playoff.
How many of those teams are going to be the Pac-12 after this year?
Not a lot,
I mean,
Brown.
that's their problem. Oregon
that would
State's
be one.
Oregon State's the only one.
Yeah, currently, right now, Oregon State's the highest-rated Mountain West team.
Can we do this at some point in the show? How many of those fan bases at the end of the season would take that ranking?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, absolutely.
Yeah, a couple things jump out at me. I've got a stat I want you guys to guess on. But, you know, we do this every single year. Every single year there's a top 10 team that finishes unranked.
Yeah.
Every year out of the AP poll.
Let's do that in the 10 o'clock hour, too. But what's your stat on that?
No, my stat is from Brett McMurphy. This is the 20th, so we don't know who does it this year. But of the last 19 preseason AP polls, how many times the number 1 team won the national champion, do you think?
1 time.
Of the last 19.
1.
I think Florida State. I think that's it. I think it's Florida State.
2. 2017 Alabama and USC.
2004.
Yeah, 2004. 2017
I only
Alabama,
paused
2003
because,
USC.
My brain vacated that 2004.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're not supposed to pay attention. So Georgia is trying to overcome a lot of historic stats that are stacked against them. That there hasn't been a three-peat champion since the 1930s Minnesota's team. And of the last 19 AP preseason number 1s, only twice has the number 1 team gone on to win it.
Who was preseason number 1 last year? Bama with Bryce Young.
I think it was Alabama with Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, in 2017, Alabama did this to get there, too.
Oh, it was tough, yeah.
Lost the Iron Bowl.
It was not a direct path by any stretch of the imagination.
And that was the SEC championship game.
That's right.
Where Jalen Hurts had to come in, right?
Yep.
Nope. This was the SEC championship game where Georgia played Auburn. Kerryon Johnson was banged up.
This was the national championship game that it was 2nd and 26.
Yes.
In overtime going in the wrong direction for Alabama.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is very, very difficult to thread this needle for Georgia, historically anyway, to win 3 straight and to be your preseason number 1 and go on to win it. I mean, those things just don't happen.
Trash is coming up in the next segment this hour of the show, brought to you always by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, for the best southern fried chicken I've ever tasted. I think you will agree after you go there. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, cooked to order every time. Big 2-piece breast with all the sides. That's what I go with. I start off with some Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's just a wonderful place. Sterling and the crew right there. Swing by there, champy'schicken.com. Champy'schicken.com. We'll get to trash in the next segment. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the next round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
We've partnered with Who Is Coffee to create the Next Round blend. Available in light, medium, and dark roast. 100% Arabica beans. Specialty coffee roasted on demand. Available in whole bean or ground for drip pods. Espresso and coarse ground for French press. Go to nextround.store to get a link to pre-order today. Everyone that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffees, shirts, hats, and tumblers. Nextround.store for the Next Round blend.
For those in the chat room, not XM either. So
no FM, no AM, no XM.
Yeah. No radio.
Yeah, that was a popular guess. I tweeted it out last night, and there were a lot of popular guesses. SEC Network, one of those. I'm not going to comment on that one. But the whole radio thing, and I don't speak for everyone at the company. I was just giving my opinion. I would be stunned if we're ever on radio again.
Kirby Smart
There's
later
always
in the
money,
show.
though.
There's always money.
Yeah,
Kirby
you never
Smart
know.
later in the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Before we get to trash, tell us about Johnston RV Center.
Well, you can find them in two great locations, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They want you to go see America in an RV from Johnston RV Center. How about a travel trailer starting at just $139 a month? When you do the math on that, that is less than $5 a day, which is obviously well worth it. $5 a day to see America. The 2023 fifth wheels from just $439 a month. They got closeout pricing. Still on some items there. And don't forget, those of you that have served in the military or are currently serving, active duty or retired military, we very much appreciate your service here on this show. You keep this the greatest country in the universe. Some question my statement on that when we were in Ocean City. I will not back down from that. The greatest nation in the entire universe. And our active duty and retired military are the reason why it is that. And you get great discounts there at Johnston RV Center. Go see them in person. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Before LT gets the trash, Auburn gets a 4-star offensive lineman, TJ Lindsey, over the weekend. Maybe it's a defensive lineman. I can't tell my D's and L's apart. I think it is a defensive lineman. Picks Auburn over Alabama and Texas A&M. For the 2025 class, Oklahoma gets a 4-star wide receiver, Jaden Nikens. He is a guy that everyone else wanted, including Texas. And LSU gets the best player out of Texas so far for 2025. 5-star wide receiver DeCorian Moore picks the LSU Bengal Tigers. That's for 2025. Georgia's number 1 in the AP poll. Alabama is number 4. LSU is number 5. We'll get back into that after we do Trash, which is brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
At the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. You brought up AI earlier, the driverless cars.
Yes.
Now we've got this, a New Zealand supermarket experimenting with using AI to generate meal plans has seen its app produce some unusual dishes, recommending customers recipes for deadly chlorine gas, poison bread sandwiches, and mosquito repellent roast potatoes.
Doesn't sound good.
Now,
will you give it a shot at least?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try it, Rockstar.
The app created by supermarket chain Pack and Save was advertised as a way for customers to creatively use up leftovers during the cost of living crisis. Now, it asks users to enter various ingredients in their home and auto-generates a meal plan or recipe.
Look at that.
We need a logo. What is it? Stickman the chef's hat. Got it.
It's actually a cool logo, but 1 cup ammonia, 1/4 cup bleach, 2 liters of water, that's not healthy.
Nope.
You always got to go half a cup bleach. Half cup.
Probably clean you right out, though, wouldn't you imagine?
Yeah, your organs.
Yeah. I mean,
don't try that at home.
I don't think you can feel bloated.
Yeah, again, this AI, decay of society.
Yeah.
And AI is already trying to lead it. They need to be a little more sneakier than this, you know?
Well, this is the key jingling. This is what they get you focusing on when they're really ruining society.
I could see that. Yeah.
Lance has called it. AI is the end of us, right?
Michigan woman says she found a frog in her sealed package of spinach. Do we have a picture of this, Rocky?
I mean, this can happen.
Oh, you can barely see it.
Yeah.
I mean, are you? And that thing's alive and well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always wonder, though, do you get a frog and put it in there just for the attention of the lawsuit?
Oh, I do too. But, I mean, this stuff can happen. I wouldn't expect the frog to still be alive.
No. Because it would be vacuum sealed.
Yeah, but if you're harvesting things, I mean, things can get caught up in the process.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yep, there's no doubt.
I mean, you have eaten a finger before. We had Tom Arnold on the show when he was working for Hormel, I think.
Yeah. On that line, and some guy just lost it. Quick, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, we can't shut it down.
Yeah, roll out Steve, bandage him up, but
so you think
production's not stopping.
You think I ate a finger in my salad?
Well, it's grilled up. You wouldn't have noticed.
Yeah, you would not. And I'm talking about like canned chili or something. You've probably eaten a finger.
Okay.
Anyway, this lady, Amber Warwick, quote, my daughter was screaming. She was like, oh, my God, it's a frog. And I was like, what? Now, camouflaged amongst the spinach is that frog that you see there. Now, Amber Warwick doesn't want to be forever known as the frog lady, so she says she's keeping her face out of the story. Yeah, I can tell by all these comments she's doing on it. Now, just thank God I didn't eat the frog, she went on to say. Now, this week, Warwick said she got it while shopping at Mayhor. After buying a package of Earthbound Farms.
That's my daughter. That's my whore.
Organic spinach. Again, if you're buying organic spinach, it's going to be vacuum sealed, right?
I would think so. Yeah. And I don't know how long a frog can live in that situation. I mean, they need less oxygen than we do, obviously.
I mean, you know, if they shipped it out and had it within an hour, maybe.
Yeah.
But I would think the time is ticking on a frog that's sealed.
I would agree.
That means it's fresh.
Yeah, it's farm to table.
Yeah.
Farm to table.
You do want to rinse the lettuce first, though, right?
I would tell you that one time I bought one of those prepackaged salads, and there was a dead lizard in it.
don't believe that.
Yeah, one time.
No.
I mean, I didn't take a picture and post it on social media.
Seriously.
So you bought one of those as a dead lizard?
Dead lizard, yeah.
What if you weren't paying attention and you just dump it out?
Yeah. Did you throw the salad away or did you eat it?
No, I threw the salad away.
You didn't pick around the dead lizard.
I did not.
But, I mean, the dead lizard's going to be out there in the wild. What's the difference?
Oh, right. I mean, you're right. I should have just cut it up and used it as a crouton.
No, I bet you rinse the lettuce and go. I mean, what do you think's been on the lettuce in the field? Dead lizards.
Right.
Yeah, but this was already
But it's still, I mean, when it was out in the field.
This thing was fermenting on it for a while.
See, I don't think I would have looked at it unless it was obvious the dead lizard. That might be one of those things. I stab a crouton, stab some lettuce.
Okay. Not the salad wasn't already made. It's one of those, pre-salads in a bag where you have the radishes and carrots and everything.
I like those.
And lizards.
And open it up.
Lizards.
But I don't know how you do it, but I pour that into a bowl.
And then I mix
that's when I noticed.
Yeah. Wow. Damn, I can't believe we've never heard that story here.
I don't know about you, but I go on to throw this one away.
You could just call me a Calhoun County redneck. I've been called worse than that, okay? But I am anti the salad with the stems still on the leaves. That spring mix crap that we have accepted as salad now, that is the worst. Give me
it doesn't bother me.
Good old-fashioned iceberg or romaine lettuce in my salad.
It could even be brown with a little caulk in it.
I'd rather it be brown than have the stem still on it. I'm not a rabbit.
The iceberg is zero nutrition.
Oh, I don't care about nutrition. I want taste, and I don't want to be picking stems out of my teeth. I do not like that spring mix. That is trash salad, and it makes me not order it like I ask them.
I even like the spring mix on my burger sometimes instead of.
I like.
So when did you move to California?
No, I mean the spring mix is good. I don't mind iceberg.
Spring mix.
Arugula is really good.
Thumbs down.
Okay, so here's what happened. I mean, how do you think this played out with Taylor Farms, the spinach container, the people that packed this?
They gave her spinach for life.
That is not correct. Brown?
They charged her extra for the frog.
That is not correct.
They denied it. They said she opened it and put the frog in. That's what I would go.
Boy, they really went out for her. She got a full refund. Now, she admits she was hoping for a little bit more for the inconvenience. Spinach parent company Taylor Farms sent out a statement apologizing, vowing to do everything to keep this from happening again. I don't believe the story.
I usually don't either.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that frog would still be alive.
Yeah.
I don't think so either.
I would have denied it, and then when she said, someone said, well, prove it then. Prove that you didn't open the package and put it in there. Now, if she's got video of her opening the package and pulling the frog out, now we got a problem. But I'd force her hand.
So in a now viral video, Marisa Pfeiffer, who is the mom of 3-year-old twins, Aiden and Elia, shares a story about a family nap that took a scary turn. Quote, I was sleeping on the floor right next to the cribs, Pfeiffer, age 23, said. What could go wrong? Turns out a lot. When Pfeiffer woke up, Aiden was gone, and so were his shoes. She went on to say he was not in the house, he was not in the basement, he was not in the front yard or the backyard. Pfeiffer says in her TikTok clip with shaking hands, Pfeiffer dialed 911 to report the missing kid. She went on to say, I really started to get nervous when he wasn't in our neighbor's yard. I thought that's where I'd find him. They have a bunch of rocks, and he likes to line them up and play with them. Pfeiffer says the police arrived in 2 seconds and showed her a photograph. It was Aiden, and he was safe and sound at McDonald's across the street from their Wisconsin home. Now, according to Pfeiffer, a Good Samaritan alerted authorities to the child who was wandering by himself. Pfeiffer recounted arriving at the restaurant saying, we run in, and he goes, hi, Mom. Pfeiffer was too relieved to be angry. When Pfeiffer asked Aiden why he did it, she said the little boy replied, I was hungry.
I was hungry. McDonald's is across the street.
She said, I almost bought him a Happy Meal, but I was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to get out of there. Aiden's a big fan of McDonald's and will wake up from a deep slumber when his mom pulls up to the drive-thru window. Now, she said fries, nuggets, apple slices, he eats them every day. But that was actually his first time going alone.
And you still didn't feed him. Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
He's there, you're there. He said he's hungry. But I was going to give him a Happy Meal, but I decided not to.
If I'm managing that McDonald's, I go on and hand him one.
Yeah, probably so. I mean,
McDonald's for life. Already, I've given you spinach for life and McDonald's for life. I love spending other people's money.
Oh, Jimmy giveaway.
So this is the longest story ever for something like this. It's the Boca woman has nervous breakdown after French bakery labels her a cake thief, according to this lawsuit.
Oh, wow.
I'd be pissed at the picture they used.
Wow.
I can see the resemblance.
She looks better on the right, there's no doubt.
That's Heather Dinich on the left.
It does have a little Heather Dinich. It ain't wrong.
Margarita is this lady's name.
She's about to break down the college football playoff.
Which teams are going to be left out, thief?
She made her way around South Florida. She heard rumors that she had had committed a crime. Now, her 12-year-old daughter was taunted by other kids in gymnastics clubs, she says, while word traveled fast that she was responsible for an act of thievery. Now, in a lawsuit filed in Palm County Beach, she claimed she could not pin down who was spreading the rumors until she stepped foot back in the Paris Morning Bakery in Boca Raton. Posters of her as she was a wanted fugitive were plastered all over the cash register declaring cake thief. Now, the feud began when she was at the location, purchased a mocha cake for $29, but then realized the employee had given her the wrong product. She says the employee could not, quote, simply switch the cakes. Instead, suggested issuing a refund and charging her again for the desired cake. Not wanting to cause more trouble or run the risk of being charged twice, she decided to keep the original cake and told employees not to worry about it, about proceeding with more transactions or refunds. Now, apparently, they canceled it when they were trying to talk her into it. She walked out. She thought she had paid. Right. Little misunderstanding, and now she's getting deemed the cake thief there.
You know what? A really good way to, maybe ask somebody out on a first date, though. If you run the bakery, you sort of liked her coming in and buying your morning pastries, and you put up thief on there, it gets back to her, and she comes back in, you just say, hey, you stole my heart.
Oh. Yeah, you knew it was coming, Rocky. I did not.
Yeah, from left field.
Yeah.
Good call by you, Rocky.
We've been together too long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew.
Yours
it worked on me. I can't believe it. It worked on me.
You're the new Brown.
Yeah.
You're starting to finish my sentences.
Glad I could pass him off to you there, Rocky.
I didn't say anything. I just got to hear it comes.
He's yours for the next 20 years.
That's all I got.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. The perfect home you had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right, they're going to help you with that lock and shop program. Again, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender.
Yankees are in Atlanta this week to start the week off. Yankees in Atlanta 6:20 tonight. That'll be a little fun. Braves lost last night, but in August they're averaging 7.7 runs a game, leading the major league. So they are tearing it up. Who would have thought by the time the Yankees came to Atlanta this time of year, it was two World Series favorites at one point.
Boy, they had both teams really had a meltdown yesterday, but especially the Yankees.
That Atlanta would be 15 games better than the Yankees are, who are just barely above 500. But the Braves that much better than the Yankees. That series over in Atlanta happening this weekend. Angels, Ohtani hit his 41st home run in Texas. Big series if the Angels are going to keep any playoff hopes alive as they battle the Rangers in a series to start off this week. Before you tell us about Woodhouse Day Spa, LT, we got a big event coming up, and we're about to talk about it in the next segment. You've been a part of it for years and years. Boiling and Bragging. It's sort of the unofficial kickoff to the college football season every year, and we're going to talk about it a little bit in the next segment, but it is just such a fun event.
Yeah, me and Rocky have been doing this since I think it was 2012, I think, was our first year.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
Yeah, so
a lot.
I think this might be our 11th or 12th.
Crazy.
But it's so much fun because you've got so many different tailgates. People take pride, whether it's a Mississippi State tailgate. We've had Nebraska out there. But people come out, they tailgate. It's in the parking lot right there at Crestline Village. Odie's Tavern, kind of the hub for it. Rocky will be playing.
Did you see me rock the national anthem beforehand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it kicks off the football season. We'll tell you details and how you can be a part of it coming up in the next segment. But it's a lot of fun. Food, music, good time.
And it's for a great cause. Children's Hospital, the transport. We're going to have a pilot on here in a minute to talk about how important that is. I've actually had a family member that had to be transported like that before. So this is helping out with the funding there, and it's not only is it for a great cause, just a lot of fun.
Yeah, fun and for a good cause. That's the best kind of fun. That's coming up in the next segment. We'll tell you how you can be a part of that and get your football season going this upcoming weekend. Woodhouse Day Spa takes us to break.
Again, Woodhouse Day Spa, just an incredible day spa, voted the best in all of America since 2009. Located right there at Summit Shopping Centers, you can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, you can order online 24/7. Get those gift cards, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Again, stop by, see Casey Stewart, all the fine folks at the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell them the next round sent you.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's time for the Ultimate Football Season Kickoff Party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydra Live's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. Great place for your tailgates this year and for your office meetings. Just a good time. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Mindy Wall, Jason Peterson, they're in studio with us. Mindy's the Community Development Manager at Children's of Alabama. Jason is the Program Director, Children's Care Flight Critical Care Transport here. It is time for Boiling and Bragging. Welcome in the studio. Mindy, I'll start with you. What a big, exciting event this is for a good cause, and this is one event that seems to get bigger and bigger every year.
Yes, we are so excited to have this event again this year. It's our 14th year, and it's put on by District Rotary 6860, and without their support, we wouldn't be able to have this event. We also have great sponsors like Sandspree Law, Ample Energy, and CBS 42 that will be out there with their weather truck. And it's a tailgate to kick off the football season. Hopefully between 500 and 600 people will come through.
So, Jason, I have learned, and Rockstar, I don't know if you'll back me up on this, the most difficult thing about this event is when people like Mindy tell us, okay, we need you to do the announcement right when the flyover is happening.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys are so fast. Like we hadn't timed it right yet in 11 or 12 years, so we'll try to get it right this week.
I think last year was pretty close. It was good. So.
Yeah. Is that on Rockstar or is it on the pilots?
Well, it's just hard to say.
Probably more on us.
It's like them saying we're going to be there at 5:46, and it's hard to time something like that, and they come by. It's just hard to time
we can try something new. We can shoot a flare this year.
I mean, it's like when
then you start coming at us after we shoot the flare.
we try to avoid things shot at our helicopter. Best case.
So for those that have never been to Boiling and Bragging, I thought LT did a great job of describing it. But Jason, tell me how this helps. How this helps children. It's about saving lives and getting needed people from rural areas sometimes to the hospital quickly. How does this event help that out?
Yeah, absolutely. We're so appreciative of Rotary District 6860, and we've partnered with them and locked arms with them for years. And this money goes towards just the operation of our department overall. Some specialty equipment that they help us purchase, and it offsets the cost of our operations. It's inherently financially heavy on what we provide to our patients. We're happy and we're honored to carry the expertise of children's out in the communities all across the Southeast and Alabama and even farther if we need to care for those patients and bring them back. And I count it an honor and a privilege. But the relationship with the Rotary District to help fund that, let's just be real, some of our reimbursement in our society and our insurance providers and whatnot today is not enough to cover what we do. And the hospital is gracious to accept that and then to partner with such philanthropists like Rotary to help us offset that.
Yeah, my wife and I had been downtown for dinner. It was on our anniversary, so on the 5th. And as we're pulling back up on Red Mountain Expressway, I see the helicopter come across and heading to Children's. And I mean, it is heartbreaking because, there's a kid in there that's probably fighting for their life at that moment.
Yeah, we take care of some of the most critically ill and injured kids throughout the state and the region. And like I said, we're honored and privileged to do that, but we do recognize, and that's really, we recognize the scenario. And I tell all of our crews that go out, even when new folks are coming on, you're not just caring for that patient, you're taking care of that family, because you got complete strangers like me coming in to essentially take your child from you for a short amount of time, probably on the worst, if not one of the worst days of their lives. So we recognize that, and we try to build that rapport and instill that confidence in them as well.
So Mindy, you said 500 to 600 people, and I think we're going to break that number this year. So because of you guys sitting here with us today, and our audience really loves helping out great causes, so I think we'll beat that number today. How do we get tickets? And tell us when the event is. And I know Lance and Rockstar will be out there again this weekend. Tell us how we get tickets.
It's this Saturday, August 19th, from 6:30 to 9:30, and it's very family friendly. It'll have face painting, balloon twisters, bounce houses, cornhole. We have a shrimp boil, hamburgers, hot dogs, and drink specials. And you can go to boilingandbragging.org to get your tickets, or you can also buy tickets at the door.
Yeah, that's boiling, capital N, and then bragging.com, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You've been at this event for years and years. It's almost like you're at the stadium, isn't it?
It's got that tailgate feel. It just knows. To me, it's one of these landmarks of we're that much closer to college football. And when I announce that, hey, we were 1 week out, people go nuts. And then you got an opportunity to come see Rocky perform. I mean, last year, or it was 2 years ago, we had some of the CBS girls were like, can you do Backstreet Boys? And again, he proves that he's a human jukebox. He will do a lot of different things on the fly, including the national anthem, which won't be on the fly, but we'll be doing that again.
Also interesting, Albie was there one year, and I remember I was playing Dock of the Bay, which is a rockin' tune.
Oh, yeah.
Albie came up and went back-to-back with me and played his tail as a guitar.
Oh,
and I was like,
Dock of the Bay, right?
Dock of the Bay. Yeah. So it was pretty sweet to meet Albie.
So for a donation to this great cause, you'll play almost anything that's in your repertoire, right?
Oh, yeah. And I like the way you put that.
Well,
Anything that's in my repertoire, I will play.
Well, I mean,
within reason.
Yeah, people can't expect you to be able to play and know every song that's ever been written in all of humankind.
I've stopped performing Oak Ridge Boys. I had to retire it.
Elvira?
No more Oak Ridge Boys.
No more Oak Ridge Boys.
No, it's just too much. I get too many women on it.
You don't celebrate the Cadillac. You're married now, and Nancy's like, do not play Oak Ridge Boys.
I get a lot of mean-looking husbands and boyfriends when I do Oak Ridge Boys.
Yeah, I know.
Boiling and Bragging happening this weekend, 6:30 to 9:30 at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook in that parking lot there. I always wonder about these events. Do I have to buy the tickets in advance, or can I buy them there night of the event?
You can buy them there night of the event, and the kids are free, which is also a huge help to the parents.
Oh, that is.
Kids 12 and under is free.
Kids are free as well. Jason, how long have you been doing this?
June 13th of this year, I celebrated 29 years at Children's.
Oh, wow. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So were you the first pilot? Is that about how long the system is?
Yeah, well, no. I've been on the team about 27 or so years. I have a bit of a pre-hospital EMS background kind of growing up. got into nursing. I'm actually a nurse, so not to correct too much. They don't let me they let me ride in the front sometimes. They don't let me fly the thing.
Okay, so calling you a pilot, I've overstepped the bounds there?
No. I don't mean any disrespect there, but no, our pilots are great. They take great care of us. They let me ride in the back, and
I called you a pilot too. In a pinch, could you be a pilot?
Yeah, let's say worst case scenario, and all of us.
In a pinch.
I don't want to. We do learn some emergency
pinch.
procedures on how to operate the autopilot if we need to in an emergency, but we hope our pilots stay happy.
Yeah, because like up here, we like to cross-train, so when somebody's out, everybody can fill in, but that's not really what you guys do, right?
Yeah, they cross-train us for emergencies, and we hope we never experience one of those.
Yeah, you hope you don't. But it's got to be, my wife is in healthcare, and I've always said that seems like such an exhilarating job to be. I know you're dealing with the toughest of cases, but to be in the helicopter, I mean, there's just so much pressure on that, and time is of the essence. It just seems like it'd be so exhilarating in your line of work.
Yeah, it is, and the adrenaline junkies love it. It's there, so the element of flight, and even with weather's cruddy and we can't fly, we still go by ground. So we try to, and if it's too far away for the helicopter, we can take our jet. Our jet we use with UAB's transport team. But that once I forget the famous quote, but once you've tasted flight, it's
there's no doubt.
Now, Mindy, you're too young to remember this, but back in the old days, we used to do the telethon, the Children's Miracle Network telethon, and I don't think we still do. We still do a telethon? I don't think we do telethon.
I don't think so. Labor Day weekend, right?
Yeah. So these events become very important for the hospital. Anytime you see Children's of Alabama on any event, it becomes important to the lifeblood of the hospital, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Our community support for the hospital really means the world to us, and we really couldn't do what we do at Children's without the community. They support a lot of our services that maybe insurance wouldn't pay for. Jason's team, our child life team, some social services. So we really have some great outlets for people to support the hospital that goes to the kids and everybody who works there.
Yeah.
This is I don't ask this question to make light of any case you've dealt with, but where's the strangest place you guys think you've landed?
Oh my gracious. We don't do necessarily scene flights like some of our EMS friends do in the community, but we still landed a lot of unimproved places. There's is it Camden or is it York, Alabama? And I love the people down there. And I'm not saying it, but
I wonder if you're going to be talking about my ex's nephew who was airlifted from. It was right outside of York in Livingston, and got run over by a tractor. Do you recall this?
Gosh, I don't. Not off the top of my head.
Yeah, it was about 11 years ago.
Yeah.
And they airlifted him, and because of that, they saved his life.
Yeah,
I mean, there's zero chance.
There's a strange place you had to land there, though?
Well, I don't say strange necessarily, but some of these, and I guess it really ties into what we're thankful we're able to do, but our smaller communities throughout our state and our region, I say it respectfully, they don't have the resources we have downtown here in Birmingham. So what reason I'm going with this is when we're inbound, they literally have some staff at the hospital. The hospital's so small in the area, they go through the lobby, wherever, the public lobby, emergency department lobby, and go, if anybody's parked in the parking lot, please go move your car so the helicopter can land.
Oh, wow, really?
So, yeah, we're, they kind of clear the parking lot so we can land because there's not even much of a lawn to land on. So,
yeah.
So those
stuff
kind of
you don't even think about,
Yeah, it's unique. Yeah.
Because, I would imagine there have been I don't know this, but are there times where the pilot gets to the scene, he's like, there's just nowhere to put it down? I mean, we gotta move.
Sometimes, we have to go to alternate choices, or if there's other aircraft even that have come in for a mass casualty or multi-injury events, sort of stuff. We find ourselves in those, going to an alternate location or maybe hopping over to the closest little tiny airport just for a time being.
Yeah, Matt in the chat room behind you, his 16-year-old son was airlifted. Unfortunately, didn't make it through surgery, but he said your team started his heart even before takeoff, like his heart had stopped, and you guys started it back. I don't know that you were specifically on that team, obviously, but that's the type of work you guys do.
Yeah, we do. And Matt, I'm sorry for your son, but we're thankful we played a small role in that. So.
And Hen writes in, God bless you all for the work you do. Earlier, someone said in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, if we can't make it to this event, is there a website we can donate to? Is there a place that just any time during the year or at the end of the year in December where maybe you're wanting to, you've got a little extra cash, you'd like to make a donation, is there a place to go to make a donation to Children's of Alabama?
Yes, you can visit childrensal.org, and there's a donate button right on our front page, and you can also click on there to get contact to the foundation, and we can help you in any way to make a donation.
Yeah, I remember we used to always say this in the telethon days. It's one of those places you don't want to have to ever visit as a parent, but you're glad you've got a great one in a town like Birmingham close by. It just is a fantastic facility. Any way you can help out. The best way to help out this weekend is come hang out with LT and Rockstar at the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, presented by Rotary District 6860. It's Saturday night, August 19th, 6:30 to 9:30 at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook, raising money for the Critical Care Transport Program at Children's of Alabama. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Jason, for being here with us, being patient with us. Again, we'll have this information, send it out from our social medias a little bit later on today. It's just a great cause this weekend and a great chance to see Rockstar sing. You going to play Doobie Brothers for Brown this weekend, maybe, if he makes a donation?
Listen to the music? Yeah.
Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, what do you always request?
I request Sweet Baby James by James Taylor. I've been requesting that for 13 straight years now, and he will not do it.
That'll be a negative.
It's a little far from the Doobie Brothers.
What about Can't You See? A little Marshall Tucker.
Can't You See Marshall
I'll
Tucker?
do some
Do
Marshall
that one?
Tucker.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Lance's favorite song of all time.
Boiling and Bragging, one of the great events this weekend at Odie's Tavern. Get your tickets online there at boilingandbragging.org. That's happening this weekend. We're back in a moment right here on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, we got a lot to get to in the final hour here on the next round. But in this very time slot Wednesday, what will be happening, Brent?
We'll be making a series of announcements.
Would it start right at 12? Will chaos ensue at 12 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. We will jump right in really quickly at 12. There's one reason one of the announcements has to be done pretty quickly. So we'll do that starting right at 12, and we're just going to come hot and heavy with you.
One of the announcements, so it's multiple announcements.
They're stacking them, Jim. Multiple announcements, but they all go together, if that makes any sense. They're all intertwined, and the collective of these announcements, the whole hour of announcements, will be the biggest announcements we've ever made in our company's history. Jim thinks I'm overselling that, but it is 100% fact. It is the biggest announcements we've ever made in our company history. You really can't deny it.
Well, I'm not saying you're overselling.
You literally said that in the first segment.
I just think that it would be cool, like Wednesday evening, if our customers were saying that's the biggest announcement in show history.
I think they will.
Yeah, we can do a poll question afterwards, right?
I think
who was right, Brown or Dunaway?
I think once we do it, and I've loved watching in the chat room and the text and Twitter on people guessing. That has been very, very entertaining. None of you have guessed it yet.
No, the speculation is entertaining, no doubt. Hey, but you already doubted me on this tuna thing, showing off my fish knowledge, and I got this sent CNN. There's a dude he's the self-proclaimed Japanese tuna king. He owns a bunch of restaurants. Paid $3.1 million for a giant bluefin tuna.
I mean, but see, well, yeah. I mean, I've already won $1 million, then I turn around and sell it for another $1 million. It's a heck of a day.
Oh, that would be a good day. I don't know if I get to keep. Do I get to keep it?
Well, I don't know. That's what I was wondering. They pay me $1 million for reeling it in. Do they now own it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you don't know what we're talking about, the event we were at Ocean City last week paid out $1.2 million to the biggest tuna. But the guy who ended up, John Oles, who caught the only bluefin that was right there eligible for 640.5-pound bluefin, won $6.2 million. That was the prize money. That's not what the bluefin is worth on the food market.
What if the line breaks right when he gets him in the harbor?
Oh, that would stink.
Our friend, Keith's friend from Ocean City, the Residence Inn Marriott, we just think, oh, got it, reel it in. There we go. Hey, got it. 7 hours he was fighting this thing, and then the
I
line
guess there's
broke
some
at the
rules because, like, I would pull out. Again, I'm not a deep sea fisherman, but almost like, hey, let's shoot the fish, and it's easier for the line not to break if the thing is dead. We'll drag it in.
And I don't know if you noticed on these swordfish, the marlins and stuff, they can. They're talented enough they can cut that line with that little spear they've got at the end of their nose. They do one of these. They go. That line's gone.
Like they know what they're doing?
Chad over the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I'm sad there isn't a TNR sticker on that marlin.
We couldn't get that close.
Yeah. I did my best, though.
Listen.
It's in every urinal in the OC.
Rockstar, we were in a facility, and I had to go to the bathroom. I walked in at the urinal. What do you think I see sticking on the wall?
A little sticker.
Next sticker. I just started laughing. I was like, that Lance has been in here in front of me.
Yeah.
I saw one, too, different urinal than Brown's. Not the same urinal, Rockstar.
At the same time.
That's creepy.
Yeah. All right, this hour brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. Now's a great time to sign up for Wayne's lawn care service, mosquito protection, and everything. The pest control and termite protection as well. Save $50 on each of those services and stack the services and get more savings, $50, $100, $150 or more by using our promo code TNR. TNR, when you go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or when you literally call them up, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. These discounts are for new or existing customers, so you don't have to be a new customer to get the discounts. New or existing customers right there with the promo code TNR. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES-1. We've got the new AP poll out. We'll get back to that in just a second. LT's got 4 downs, and then we'll talk to Ralph Russo about the new AP poll coming up at 12:35. That a little bit later on this hour. But Rockstars, cut 10 and 11, please. Cut 10 and 11. Kirby Smart came out of the scrimmage this weekend. Now, you've heard from Hugh Freeze, sort of upbeat Hugh Freeze.
Yeah. It felt like he had figured quarterback out, kind of back to the drawing board on the whole depth chart there.
sort of giddy Nick Saban.
Yeah, cracking jokes, a little more laid back than normal.
Back-to-back national champion Kirby Smart coming off the first scrimmage.
Can't afford to be giddy.
Can't be happy, can he?
Did he put sun in, or did the chlorine get the hair?
It's middle of the summer.
That's got to be lighting, right?
That's got to be lighting and chlorine combo.
Do you think it's just superstition that he and Saban wear that short sleeve quarter zip every single practice? Because Saban's, I noticed, at his seen its better days. Kirby's looks like what you wear to cut grass in.
Wally Butts wore that one back in the day.
My gosh.
And the Georgia logo's running away from that.
If you found a corpse in the drink with that thing on is what it looks like, right?
Oh, my God. I found Mark Rick. Here is Kirby Smart. First of all, cut 10 rock star. Back-to-back national champions, great recruiting classes, good team back. My goodness, Kirby's going to just rave reviews, Kirby. Go ahead.
We have an extremely long way to go as a football team. I think so many people make an assumption off of last year's team and their accomplishments that this team, number one, asked them after the scrimmage and after we ran, what have you done to deserve anything you've gotten? And they've done nothing. They've done nothing, and we got to find get the right guys in the right spot, find the guys that can really tough it out and compete. We may play 4 or 5 of our first 4 of 5 or 5 of 5 of our games in what is tough heat, and I kind of hope we do, because I want to see where we are as a team, and you find out a lot more about a team when you have to do kicking, offense, defense, with 22 people on the field of your team the whole scrimmage. And I got to see a little bit of that, guys that pushed through and guys that just couldn't. They just physically could not push through, and they're not ready to contribute yet.
Now listen, this is the beginning of him trying to motivate his guys.
He's fighting the battle he fought in Tuscaloosa a number of times, and he's now having to fight it himself.
What was the question he asked his players?
What have you earned?
What have you done to earn what you've got?
Yeah. Well, I would say I hadn't gotten anything yet, right? They really haven't.
They haven't. And again, this is what he's fighting.
Hype.
You're national champion. When that game ended, you're not national champion right now. Nobody's the national champion. In Nick Saban, you saw it a million times, and Kirby will be the same way. Anytime a reporter asks him, Coach, you're the defending national champion, he'd be like, we're not defending.
They can't take that one away from us.
That's right. Yeah, we're not defending that. We're trying to win another one.
Yep.
And that's what Kirby Smart, that's the battle he's trying to fight, is to make that team understand, the last 2 national championships, that's history. We're working on present now, and it's just not in human nature to think that way. I don't want to sound like Nick Saban, but he said that before.
Forster, just give me a quick look at the AP poll. maybe just leave it up just like a flash.
Okay, go.
Get away. Did I see Georgia number 1?
Georgia is number 1.
Georgia's number 1.
It's what he's going to have to fight.
They don't have the same quarterback they've had the last couple of years. He actually looked really good with the Rams.
That's right. He's a professional now.
Yeah. Carson Beck, who I think is going to be fantastic. And God knows I never landmine anybody.
No, you don't.
Carson Beck, I think, is going to be fantastic.
Great event Saturday night, and you said, you know what, we're going to beat that 600. We're going to beat the all-time record at bowling and bragging.
Yeah, it'll pour.
Carson Beck, man. Quarterbacks, they got to be happy with quarterbacks, right? At Georgia, here's Kirby Smart on quarterbacks. He's got to be happy about his quarterbacks, Brown.
They recruited him.
5-star after 5-star after 5-star Kirby, man, at this quarterback room. You got to love it.
Quarterback position, but I can't tell you anything until I watch the tape. I can tell you that I would like to see all 3 of them play better, but the people around them have to play better. So when you evaluate a quarterback and you say, well, he threw an interception. Well, if he hit a guy in the hands and it bounced through his hands and got intercepted, obviously we judge that. If there's 7 drops during the scrimmage because of wet hands and heat, then you evaluate that. The players around them have to make plays, and they have to avoid catastrophe situations. Because, we have a defense that causes havoc. We have a defense that can be disruptive in disguise, and there's going to be a play every now and then. You got to get us to the next play. You don't have to make a Superman play. You just got to get us to the next play. And I don't think that Carson or any of those quarterbacks don't understand what we're trying to do offensively or what we do to execute. They need 10 people around them functioning at a high level, and a couple of those 10 to make some, explosive plays for them.
Carson and the other guys who I can't remember their names.
Yeah, that's right.
So Georgia is basically where they are right now is where Nick Saban was 6, 7, 8 years ago.
right.
And to me, I said this back in the day. If Nick Saban ever gets elite play from quarterback, watch out. Now, his most elite quarterback was last year, didn't even go to a college football playoff. But Kirby, much like Nick early on, has had good quarterback play, not necessarily great quarterback play. I don't know if Carson Beck's going to be that guy. The most talented guy he's had didn't even start for him in Justin Fields. But if he does get elite quarterback play with that schedule and that defense, it's going to be scary.
There are 3 games before the bye week for Georgia. 3 games.
Dun, 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 dun.
Where I could see you're watching another game and they say, let's go back to the studio to Brad. Guys, the Georgia Bulldogs are in trouble here.
Nessler got demoted. He's in the studio.
Please don't miss what I'm saying here, Jim. South Carolina at home. Now, listen, the Lance is going to say Georgia's favored by double digits, and all these, Lance, are going to be favored. They are, but that's what I'm saying.
I remember when I was sitting next to Keyshawn Johnson. We had our back and forth that day at a bar in Minneapolis.
That's right.
And Georgia had just lost at home to South Carolina.
That's right. South Carolina at home, week 3 CBS game. I mean, you could see a scenario. It's crazy, I know.
Spencer Rattler.
But you could see a scenario where you're watching the game on ABC, whoever's on ABC, they send it back to John Saunders in the studio, and John Saunders says, guys, the Georgia Bulldogs at home today are in trouble late, and Spencer Rattler's just let it drive. You chuckle, but you could see that happening.
No,
it's not crazy.
I'm starting to wonder, do you ever pregame shows, studio shows anymore? Do you even know anybody?
I really
John
don't.
Saunders
I
isn't
pay
there anymore.
Zero attention to the studio shows.
It's that one guy on CBS.
When I was watching
What's his name?
Adam Zucker.
Zucker. He's on CBS. But see, that game's on CBS, so Adam Zucker wouldn't be doing it. It's another network.
Have you watched the Manziel documentary yet?
I have not, but you guys are getting way down in everything but what I'm saying right here, okay? So if we could just focus on that for 2 seconds, we'll come back to all these things.
Well, I wanted to bring up, though.
I know you do, Lance. A serial interrupter. Lance wants to bring up something other than what I'm talking about.
Are you going to get to Jordan
Go ahead
Hare
and bring it
Stadium?
up.
No, go ahead. I mean, you don't pay attention half the time, so.
Lash out Lance. That's what he's going to do now.
Lash out Lance.
That's what you do.
Well, maybe your point was so boring that we tried to change the direction.
Dun.
Is this about your dog or the Rams?
I mean, I could make it. I
know.
Dana
God
just
knows
sent
you
me
can.
some video of chili.
Yes, let's see that. Saturday, September 30th at Auburn, they play Jordan Hare Stadium at Auburn. That is another game where Georgia will be favored by how much?
At Auburn, it depends on Auburn's start, but I would say right now Georgia is probably a 17-point favorite to 21.
At Auburn?
Yeah.
A 17 to 21-point favorite at Auburn.
If that game was September 2nd, Georgia would be a 17 to 21-point favorite.
Now, it's September 30th. I mean, we'll be 4 weeks in.
Hugh Freeze would tell you behind the scenes, we're going to get our dicks whipped, is what he would say.
He wouldn't say that.
Saturday.
He probably would.
Hugh doesn't talk like that.
Saturday,
we're going to get our
October 7th,
wee-wees whipped.
They're hosting Kentucky.
I mean, you got more of a gnome with Kentucky than you do with Auburn, but it's in Athens. I mean, they're going to be 14 to 17-point favorites.
Yeah. But, I mean, all 3 of those games, like if it's late in the fourth quarter and the opposition is leading, you're not just stunned by that. Those are not stunning upsets. Those are the types of upsets that happen to teams that are 3-time defending national champions and their coaches struggling to get their attention. That's where those upsets happen. That's those kind of games.
In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, I think John Saunders is still alive.
Yeah,
No, he's not.
He's not. He
No,
passed.
he passed.
John Saunders passed?
Yeah, a long time ago.
You sure about that?
1,000%.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah, he did 100% though. Anyway, the only thing I was going to say is during the Johnny Manziel doc that I watched it.
Wait. I mean, can I just point out that the guy who noticed in Sixth Sense the plot of the whole movie faster than anybody in a scenario now just couldn't recognize the dead guy in the college football studio show?
I'd never watched those. I had no idea John Saunders had passed. God rest his soul, 2016. It's been a while.
I totally forgot Tim Brando hosted that CBS in studio show back in the day.
Yeah.
He did back in the day.
Yeah, because Manziel was in there and the other, Colin Klein and Manti Te'o, and he was asking them about the Heisman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
But I
did
totally
it before
forgot.
Zucker. The reason he didn't is because he wanted to do more play-by-play. I think the reason he left is because when Vern was retiring, he didn't get the play-by-play gig, so he left and went to Fox, where he does play-by-play now for like their third or fourth game.
Yeah, I remember Coastal Carolina heads to Lawrence tonight.
No, those are the types of games
he was doing that game.
Him and Spencer Tillman.
His games are about to get better, though, with the expanded Big Ten.
That's true.
Yep. All right, so challenge for Georgia in September, 2 or 3 games, Brownie says, even though they'll be double-digit favorites. You could see what happened on the road at Missouri last year happen for the Dogs as they try to three-peat. They're going against history in the AP poll. We'll talk to Ralph Russo about that coming up a little bit later on when he joins us just after 12:30. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, nothing like getting or giving that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. You're thinking about popping the question, only one place to go. That is Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They are your diamond specialist. Again, nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family owned and operated since 1836. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Shop there today. Go to brombergs.com.
Everyone making a point that we seem to be snippy with each other. 2 different angles there. One is saying one person in the Vulcan Tire Automotive chat room 2 days before the biggest announcement in show history, and you guys are fighting like cats and dogs.
That happens.
That could be part of it.
Could be.
Oh, wow.
We have a
Behind the music, final 30 minutes?
You don't generally tease those announcements?
When we come back. The beginning of the end. And the other one is like, you guys vacation too much together now. You need to not spend weekends and trips together anymore.
James, I said this. He said, I bet you if Auburn is undefeated, it's a night game at Jordan Hare. Jordan Hare, Georgia, that was a mouthful, will not be a double-digit favorite. It depends on how Auburn is playing up until that
What's
game.
the lowest you could see it be? Let's say Auburn is maybe the talk of college football. They are super impressive just for purposes.
Who would they have beaten if they were unbeaten when they played Georgia? Is that LSU? They've already beaten
Cal,
LSU?
Yeah, they've beaten Cal right before the Georgia game. I was seeing if there was a start time. They're at Texas A&M. That start time has not been announced. So they would have won at A&M. It's a top 25 win.
If they've won all 3 games by 21-plus points, they're probably a 7-point dog. There's zero chance that it would be under 7 for any circumstance.
Yeah. So the very worst case scenario for Georgia, they go into Auburn as a touchdown favorite.
Yeah. But I am going to say at this point they will be, because I think A&M is probably going to run Auburn off the field just because it's so early in the season. They'll probably be a 17-point favorite.
All right. Something to look forward there. Bobby says the Johnny Football doc is not good.
Boy, I've heard more and more of that.
I called it early on. I think I was one of the first people in the world to watch it on our flight up.
Well, you looked at me when I just gotten done with it, and you said, what do you think? And I was like, eh.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I gave it. I gave it a flat C.
What do you think about the American Gladiators? You were watching that next to me on the flight back home.
So Luke and Bill texted me Saturday night. He said, I got a new show for you.
Yeah.
War of the Worlds. And it's a series. It's based on the H.G. Wells. You know anything about this, Rocky? H.G. Wells novel?
No, it was on. Was it on TBS?
I don't know. It's on MGM Plus now, the streaming service. Okay. But when I Googled it, it's had 3 seasons already. I didn't know anything about it. But we were going back and forth, and I said, what do you think about the Johnny Manziel doc? And he was like, it was just okay. But he agreed with me. The American Gladiators 5-part series was good, especially if you watched the American Gladiators back in the day.
I did not back then. C-JA said, definitely didn't change my opinion of Johnny. Made Johnny look bad.
That's what I told Luke about. He came off as a smug dick.
Yeah.
Which we've always thought he's a smug dick.
Gutter Cap takes us to break. We'll get to the 4 downs coming up in the next segment. LT has that ready to go for some interesting celebrity birthdays. Gutter Cap ready to roll.
205-823-2212. That is a number you need to call. Again, cap it, don't snap it. My good friend Chris Stewart's been doing it for over 2 decades now. It's a lifetime warranty. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you die. No good to the wife or kids. You need to make the call today. Cap it, don't snap it. 205-823-2212. Absolutely free estimate. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Shannara Flooring brings this part of the show, and then Brown is updating us on what you guys are talking about in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room on the Blind Side movie.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
If this is true.
Tell us about Shannara, and then tell us what you were about to say in the commercial.
It used to be Homewood Carpet and Flooring. It is now Shannara Flooring, and they may have changed names. The one thing they have not changed is the superior customer service you get from them and the best floors in Birmingham. It is still Foo and you, and they up Rockstar at his house. You had some old trashy concrete floor that they fixed up.
we had a spare den that was just disgusting, and finally we were taking Cord to a little children's urgent care, and we ran into Foo in his big, huge van with his face on to go get food for Do For You, and he asked how Cord was doing. So, nice guy, great service, everything was fantastic. We love that room now.
Well, Shannara Flooring gives you the best tile, the best hardwoods, the best carpet, LVP and LVT. They've got countertops, specialty flooring. It's all the best in Birmingham. Residential or commercial, does not matter. They do it all. You can see more at shannaraflooring.com, shannaraflooring.com. Or 205-518-6423. That's shannaraflooring.com. Or 205-518-6423. This is an ESPN report that Michael Orr, who is, if you'll remember, the former offensive or the Ole Miss offensive lineman that was featured in The Blind Side, adopted by Sean and Leanne Toohey, who were portrayed in the movie by Sandra Bullock and
Tim McGraw.
Thank you. He now says that they never adopted him. Rather, they tricked him into signing a document making them his conservators, thus enriching themselves. That is an ESPN report now.
Wow.
Yeah. That's wild, huh?
Well, okay, you can look at it a couple of ways.
Literally, he got blindsided.
Michael Orr could be out of money. This could be his way to get some publicity, possibly some kind of civil suit against them.
Right.
This could be true, which, if true...
It could be telling the truth, yeah.
This is going to be really a bad look for the Tuohys.
Who are wealthy anyway. I mean,
he owns 1 million Taco Bells or something. I mean, I don't know what the point is here, but But, I mean, who knows? They could have had a verbal agreement. Hey, look, we're going to take you in, but you're our kid now, and we're going to share in the profit.
They said he says in a 14-page petition filed in Shelby County, Tennessee, in court, that they took him into their home as a high school student but never adopted him. Instead, less than 3 months after he turned 18, they tricked him into signing a document making them his conservators, which gave them legal authority to make business deals in his name.
I think if this is true, if I was Michael Orr, I probably would have pulled a Suge Knight and I would have hung Mr. Toohey over the rail until he signed my release.
According to the petition, the part of what he signed allowed the Tooheys and their children to make millions of dollars in royalty from the Blind Side movie, and he got nothing from it. That's what they said. Now, I will say that for years, when asked, in locker room interviews and things like that about it, he has never wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I think we've had him on the show, and we tried to bring it up. And
he gets upset.
I think he shot it down.
My way early headline on this one. You
Okay,
ready?
I love
Forrester tie shot way early headline.
It is Monday's headline today.
Toohey sides to the story.
Well, you're in season.
Toohey sides to the story.
I thought it was an awful movie. I said it when I first saw it.
I did not like it either.
It is one of the cheesiest, Hallmark movies. I can't believe it made $300 million.
And I can't believe Sandra Bullock got an Emmy nomination. She won it, didn't she?
Oh, she did. Yeah.
Oh, just a terrible
Not
part.
even close to her best work.
Yeah,
I mean, Miss
did not like that.
Congeniality 10 times better.
But
Armed and Fabulous? She nailed it.
Gracie Freebush was much better than her performance as Leanne Toohey.
Okay, you know how society is, though. Somebody's going to think Sandra's really the Toohey lady and going to yell at her walking down the street.
For stealing that poor kid's money?
We got to get to 4 Downs, brought to you by Slice, because we've got Ralph Russo coming up on the other side. It's brought to you by Slice every day. Tell us about the great folks.
Yeah, 4 locations. I was at the Vestavia last night. Enjoyed the new Mexicali pizza that they've got there. But all their specialty pizzas, from the Wing and a Prayer to the Soul Pie, the Bajaya Special. You're going to love it. 4 locations and online slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, Georgia, Kansas City, both your favorites to win national championship Super Bowl. If you said there's guaranteed one of the 2 wins their major championship or none, would you go a guarantee either Georgia or Kansas City or none?
I'd go none.
I think I would go none if I had to guarantee one, yeah. If you're holding my family hostage and I got to get it right, I think none would be my choice.
I would agree.
I would go 0, 1, and 2 in that order.
I mean...
Yeah, I would too. Because you think about Kansas City, I mean, there are question marks.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the best player in football, but again, the AFC is so loaded, you don't know what you've got at the wide receiver position. Yeah. And then Georgia, you don't know what you got at quarterback. The SEC is going to be, in my opinion, more difficult this year.
Just tell me this. Last team, how often do teams go back-to-back winning the Super Bowl?
The last team was the Patriots, and that was forever ago, over 20 years ago.
How often do teams win 3 straight national championships?
That's been a longer time.
Yeah,
that's been almost a century ago.
Yeah, so give me the neither.
Okay, I would agree.
Second down.
Steve Martin, 79 years old today. If I ask you ultimately better career for a Steve Martin or Steve Carell?
Steve Martin, dude, he's an established stand-up comedian. He's an award-winning novelist. He can play the damn banjo.
You laugh. Who cares if he can play the banjo?
Steve Carell is great at improv.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Steve Carell...
He's known as he's more recognized as a versatile actor than Steve Martin.
That's right. He has reimagined himself in Foxcatcher and in the morning show.
Yeah, I'm rewatching the morning show right now because season 3 is coming out soon, and I'm 7 episodes back into season 1. Watched 2 episodes yesterday.
So much funnier than Steve Martin too.
Before and after golf, and he plays the serious role really.
He does.
You didn't ask who was funnier. You said who have the
no, but I'm just talking about ultimately when it's all said and done. I think
Steve Martin by a mile.
No. I disagree.
And I love both of them. I love Steve Carell.
But I think right now Steve Martin has an obvious lead. Carell's
I
got
would
a
go
close
Steve
lead.
Martin too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Steve Martin's got 20 years on him.
Well,
but
I know.
I think The Office could go down as one of the best.
I don't disagree.
Network comedies of all time.
Have you seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
I have. I like it.
It's good. Did you see Three Amigos?
I did. It doesn't hold up as well as
love
Planes,
Three
Trains, and
Amigos,
Automobiles.
Third down.
Mila Kunis, 41 years old today. Halle Berry's 58.
Mila Kunis.
Ooh, I don't know.
I was going to say in the prime.
Yeah,
I'll go Halle Berry in her prime.
Halle Berry, if we're doing, looks,
Oh, I
think that's
don't
what
know.
Lance is asking.
I think I would go. It's close.
Yeah.
I saw Halle Berry in Swordfish. I wasn't that impressed. Mila Kunis in Black Swan. Put it over the top. I would go Mila Kunis.
I love Mila Kunis's personality, what I can get from interviews when she's off script. Love what her and her husband do for just in their personal lives, the money they give to just stop trafficking in the world. Big Mila Kunis fan.
Yeah, I'll go Halle Berry in her prime, yep.
I'm going to go Kunis.
4th down.
Magic Johnson, 65 years old. One of my legends is a Social Security guy now.
Yep.
If I asked you, though, better Johnson career ultimately, Magic or The Rock?
Oh, it's so hard.
That is really hard.
Rocks are hard.
You know, the reason I would say The Rock is he's been really at the top of two professions. As a professional wrestler, was the top of the game. And I mean, laugh at the movies he puts out if you want, but he's one of the most in-demand male actors there is.
He's one of the more popular entertainers right now. Magic Johnson is one of the greatest basketball players of all time.
I think he's the greatest basketball turned businessman of all time.
Yeah.
You know, you say what you want about Michael Jordan, he prints money because of the deal his mom cut with Nike back in the day, but everything Magic Johnson touches turns to gold.
I agree.
If y'all give you all the opportunity to have an exclusive interview, 1 hour with either one, who would you pick?
Oh,
You
The
gotta have
Rock.
one. Really?
Yeah. Absolutely. Right now, The Rock, yeah.
Well, right now, The Rock. I mean, I did selfishly, I've already done that. I had the opportunity to have an interview with Magic Johnson, so I would probably go The Rock. He's going to be a little more open, I think.
Humble brag and 4 downs from LT right there. Brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 4 great locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Get in and see the Bajalia Brothers' incredible concept, incredible food, local pizza, local ingredients. It's Slice.
All right. When we come back, Ralph Russo, the guy who oversees the AP poll, talks to us about the preseason ranking. He's in the next segment of the show that's being brought to you today by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher, man, the best place to go get steaks. It's where we pay off our steak bets now, mostly.
Yes, New York Butcher Shop, Jim, and the guys do an incredible job there. If you are looking for the finest in all cuts, from the certified Angus prime beef, the premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you, chef prepared entrees, perfect dinner to go choice with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cava Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them The Next Round sent you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's Georgia's world, and we're all living in it right now. Georgia #1 in the preseason AP rankings, followed by Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, and then some other teams, including a big mixture of Big Ten and SEC, or future Big Ten and SEC, all the way down. We're heading to a two-conference world, it looks like, but the AP poll doesn't change. Georgia is #1, Brownie.
Yeah, and Ralph Russo joins us now from the Associated Press. He's been their college football writer since 2005. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Follow him on Twitter at Ralph D. Russo AP. Hello, Ralph. How are you today?
I am good, gentlemen. How's it going? It feels like the unofficial start of the college football season as far as I'm concerned when the poll comes out.
Yeah, is this a day? I mean, do you get a lot of – I know there's a running joke about this is the day where everybody thinks Ralph hates their team. Do you actually, though, get a lot of feedback from fans like, why do you have us ranked so low, Ralph?
You know, it's definitely not as much as it's made out to be, right? The gag is sort of exaggerates it a little bit, but you do get it. We do get it on our social media platforms and things along those lines. And yeah, I'll get a few targeted. But I think, the funny thing is, I think the folks who are on social media are also the fans who are probably savvy enough to know that I can actually look at the ballots online and direct my complaints directly at the voter who I'm upset with. So we've evolved to the point where I don't get all the heat. The voters themselves have to take some of the heat.
Now, Ryan and I have had a chance to be AP voters in the past and loved it the one year I had an opportunity to do it. I think it's eye-opening if you would explain to our viewers and listeners just the criteria that you lay out for the voters before they cast their first ballot all the way through the season. I think it's a lot simpler than people make it out to be.
Yeah. Listen, we don't want to hem people in. It's a pretty broad criteria, which is basically like rank the best 25 teams, right? Rank the teams as you think is best. I think if you ask people to check too many boxes and come up with some very tight criteria, you end up boxing folks in. Just a little background, like I don't vote. Just to make sure everybody knows, like AP employees don't vote. Fine fellows like yourselves and gals who cover college football around the country vote, mostly broadcasters and writers. And we try to balance the geography. So every state that has an FBS team gets at least one. And then depending on how many FBS teams determines on how many voters from that state. So, again, this is not a scientific formula. This is educated guessing. We do expect our voters to take it seriously and try to do a lot of work. And frankly, I think most do. I think they put a lot of work into this. But with the caveat, understanding that, hey man, nobody's played a game yet, so we're just all doing the best we can.
We heard this stat earlier: 19 consecutive years that a top 10 preseason team has finished unranked. And every year we look at this and we talked about it. It seems like an impossible stat, but I'm assuming that's legitimate, right?
Yeah, totally. So the way it works out, and I haven't updated all the data yet, but over the last 25 years or so, you usually have 1 to 2 top 10 teams on average that end up finishing unranked. Usually about 10 or 11 teams that start the season ranked anywhere finish unranked. though the last 2 seasons, we've had record-breaking turnover. Last year, 15 teams started ranked and finished unranked. Wow. That was the most ever. The year before that, it was 14 that tied the record. So what I like to say is, as much as parity at the very top of college football is really seemingly getting worse, it's going away, and there's none at all. Like at the very upper tier, the Georgias and Alabamas, maybe you can make a case for Ohio State, are recruiting at such a level that they're pulling away from the rest of the field. I think once you get into that like 15 to 50 range, there's never been more parity.
Ralph Russo is with us, a college football writer for the Associated Press, at Ralph D. Russo AP on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. TCU starts out 17th. That is a 15-place drop. Can you remember a team playing for the national championship taking such a precipitous drop in the preseason poll?
No, and it's a good thing you pointed out, because I had written about this kind of coming into the poll. No team that has made the playoff. So let's just take the playoff era. No team. The only other team that made the playoff and was ranked at lower than TCU the year after it made the playoff. That's a big mouthful. I hope you got that there. Cincinnati, the year after they made it, was 21 going into the next season. Now, Cincinnati, of course, is a special case, right? They were the first group of 5 team to make it. As good as that team was, they lost a lot of players. So the next season, they were 21. For Power 5 teams, no Power 5 team has made the playoff and been ranked lower than TCU the following year. And listen, I get it. They won a zillion close games last year. That's hard to repeat. They lost a bunch of players, including the Heisman runner-up quarterback to the NFL. So I think that I understand where voters are coming from. It probably doesn't help that they also lost the championship game by 1,000 points.
Yeah. Our message board has already been full of this through our live show here today. I hate that we do a preseason ranking. Nobody knows anything yet. Why don't we wait until week 4 or week 6 or week 8? We've always believed that if you look at the week 4, week 6, week 8 AP poll, it would look exactly like it would look if that was the first poll. Do you believe like we believe?
Yeah, and listen, I don't consider myself the expert of the poll, but I do spend a lot of time around it, right? Like I think there are people who maybe do some deep dives who can probably provide a little more nuance and crunch the numbers. But that's my experience with it as well, that I don't know if things would change that much. I would also say this, and this is a spiel I throw out a lot. The AP poll is the only thing that has been unchanged in college football since 1936. This sport, especially over the last 20 or 30 years, has blown up with change. The AP poll is kind of the one constant, and the AP preseason poll has been started in 1950. And I think if you can look at sort of the story of a season by just looking at the polls, and I do think it helps to sort of throw out like, here's our expectations for this season. We're sort of setting the storylines, and I can tell you that like somebody may say, well, that team is overrated. But that team that starts the season ranked highly and then falls on its face, I'm sure those fans look at it and think, wow, we were supposed to be a lot better than this too. So I don't think it's unfair to set expectations, sort of set the stage for the season, and then we start voting based on results. And I think you guys are right. Like I personally don't believe that things would change that much if you started in week 4.
As you leave us here, Ralph, can you give us a team, among others receiving votes, that Ralph Russo feels like maybe the voters he selected has overlooked? A team outside the poll that you're like, I think this team has been overlooked.
Ralph hates every team.
I know.
Yeah, come on.
He's going to put that aside, though, and pick one right now.
So I'm going to pat myself on the back here. I'm usually pretty good at this. I try to do this every year and come up with 3, but I haven't necessarily locked down my 3 yet. I'm on an SEC country show. So I guess I got to come up with an SEC team. Kentucky has been one to me that I felt like, I think that's a pretty good team, especially if Stoops has the offensive line issues straightened out. that could maybe be the second best team in the East. And if you're the second best team in the East, you're probably getting ranked. So that would be among the teams that I think among the unranked washes that need to be that I think you keep an eye on and think that they could be ranked by the end of the year. I would peg them as a team that unranked that will be ranked by the end of the year.
Yeah, Kentucky pretty deep, only got 14 points there.
It's funny. We're in a Sun Belt region and now a Conference USA region. In fact, a new census. We may be getting a new AP voter soon. I mean, with Troy and South Alabama, Auburn, UAB, and now Jack State. I mean, we're continuing to grow in Alabama.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, he is Ralph Russo, the Associated Press poll out today. Ralph is a busy man. We appreciate his time out. At Ralph D. Russo AP, at Ralph D. Russo AP on Twitter. Ralph, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy the season.
All right, you too. Take care. Ralph with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline. It is a busy day for him, so we appreciate him making some time for us.
More reaction to the actual poll, and I'll run through it again. If you're driving and can't watch us today, I'll hit that again for you in the final segment of the show. That's being brought to you in part today by our great friends at Odie's. We've already mentioned earlier that they'll be sort of the hub for boiling and bragging this weekend.
Yeah, that's obviously this Saturday night right there in Odie's parking lot. But don't forget, every Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. Great food from Rodney Davis. Been doing it for more than 3 decades now. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Jason says Auburn could be a good team to pick to come from the others receiving votes. Did they receive votes?
Auburn did. Yeah,
they got 7 votes.
Yep. 7 points.
7 points.
So yeah, could have. I don't know where they were voted. Well, we'd have to go back and look. But yeah, 7 points. Which puts them behind Kansas and Troy to show you kind of the neighborhood they are in. One team, Ralph, didn't say UTSA. I think we all think UTSA could finish the season ranked. They are just outside. Texas Tech just outside. South Carolina, UCLA, Arkansas, Kentucky. I thought Kentucky, it's a little bit low. I'm with Ralph. I think they've got the best quarterback situation they've had in a while.
I think Kentucky will end up being ranked. You know, he said 15 of the 25 were unranked last year at the end of the season, which is amazing.
It really is.
But, I can do 7 or 8 I could see being unranked, and I've got, 7 or 8, including Kentucky, that could be ranked.
Okay, give me those when we come back. By the way, South Carolina announcing they're going to retire Alshon Jeffery's jersey at halftime of the Gamecocks' home game September 23rd against Mississippi State. I mean, we're already to the point where we're retiring Alshon Jeffery's jersey at South Carolina, but boy, he was a good one.
You saw his game. You saw the game that got that jersey retired.
I mean, Alabama the DBs were draped on him, and he was still making catches that day.
Unbelievable. And the pro career,
not too bad.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
Bad, yeah.
I'd say he had a good pro career.
Yeah, by far not a bust.
No.
All right, one more segment to go here, including LT's breakdown of the AP poll. Some final thoughts right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers, and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Tide Hoop News, checking in to offer up my services for the college football TV schedule sheet this year. Send it in, man, and we can send out a bunch of them.
Oh, man, I forget about that. I do enjoy showing up here on a Monday and that thing laying on my desk right there. Jim makes, such hard work for Dunaway.
Do you like that format, the way I do it, where it's basically a place you can write in the scores if you want to? It's sort of Old Prudential College scoreboard side. Or do you like it when the game's just listed out?
No, I just need the games listed out and start times and network. I use it more on. I use it in here all week, but on Saturday morning I use it a ton.
I situate my TVs.
Yeah. I've always got it with me on Saturday mornings.
But I guess what I'm asking, do you like the way I have it spaced out, or would you prefer it just a straight line?
No, I like the way you got it spaced.
Double space. You got double space.
Yeah.
So keep doing it the way I've done it.
Well, I do a different font this year. A little more color.
Yeah, Cosmic Sands.
Yeah.
A little more color.
I'm a Helvetica guy.
No, I just appreciate the times in the channels.
Yeah, I will keep doing that for inter-office use only, and we send it out. If you guys want to use it, you can. If you don't, there are others out there that are much better. Feel free to use those too. Simpio brings us the show, and then we'll talk about the AP poll until we're done here today. Simpio, the people that helped us launch this thing, and I assume Simpio will be excited about our announcement coming up Wednesday at 12 noon as well, Central Time.
Simpio takes care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only the large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
Jason asked in the chat room, any merch available Thursday night? We will have some merch on site. You will be able on site, if I'm not mistaken, to order any of our merch, but we may not have it all on site. That is a lot to ask for us to have every single thing we've got. But we will have some items, some of the popular items, I believe, on site that you can take with you or you can order on site.
And I think we're doing a night of T-shirt again, specifically for that night.
Yep.
Yeah. But only to I think the first 100 customers, if I remember correctly.
Again, that is Thursday night, this Thursday night at the Walk-On Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 near the Hoover Met.
There's the save the date for you on the screen.
Walk-On Stadium Trace will start at 5 and go until. We'll stay as long as you'll stay.
Yeah.
Or they kick us out.
I mean, if you want to throw a QR code on that for us, or just click a screen right there and it'll take you right there direction-wise.
Yeah, do like a Google Maps thing.
Yeah,
and today's traffic conditions, just like give them an idea.
Or it could be just order your Uber right now to this location. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, Scott.
I would suggest the Uber.
Yeah. Please take advantage of the Ubers afterwards. Yeah, it's always a good thing.
Well, what's Scott got? Scott's got an idea there, Rockstar.
What's your idea?
I was just going to say I'll get to work on that right now.
Yeah, Forrester, thank you. Really good use of the microphone for the first time today.
He's not engaged today. He told me that walking in, like, I'm not engaged today.
I am not engaged today.
Put a towel over my head.
It was bright.
Very good, Forrester. See, that was a good use of the microphone there at the end.
I bet I'm the only one that Forrester reached out to about my get that you guys didn't initially want.
Your get? Oh, the Army coach?
The Army coach.
That was misunderstood. It's not that I cared if we interviewed him or not. It was I hated to interrupt the guy's vacation, but he was all about it. You were right on that call. Absolutely.
That's what I was saying. He was there with his two little kids.
He's the Army coach. We had to Google him.
Well, he's still on vacation.
But I did have a great conversation.
Is it not an excuse? His girls were little. Like, hey, Mom, you got to watch them now.
Yeah.
I don't have to chase them down.
It was a great conversation with his wife at the ice machine when I was rolling down to meet our limo ride to the airport when we were leaving the hotel, and she was very nice, telling us how much he loved the interview. And he yelled at me. He's walking down the hallway when I was going to the elevator. He was like, "There's my Alabama boys."
Oh, yeah?
Like, see you, Coach. Good luck.
He's following all the platforms.
He is. He followed us. And I would like, I didn't want to say this to him because I know his goal is to reach the NCAA tournament. But my thought was, he could maybe be our analyst during the NCAA tournament.
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, I hope I'm cheering for him.
No, I want him to make it.
I hope they're in the dance.
No doubt.
Okay, your AP poll thoughts, LT. You had a couple.
No, I was just saying, Ralph said that 15 of the 25 were unranked at the end of the season. And I can't find 15. I couldn't have found 15 last year. It's tough to find one of the top 10s that will be unranked.
Well, it happens every year, and every year we did this with the unranked top 10. We did it last year, and
I'll say this. I want to say to Ralph, the AP was not creative at all because there was only one team between the coaches and the AP that was in and out. And the AP had Iowa in and Texas Tech out. The coaches had Texas Tech in and Iowa out.
Can somebody engage Forrester? Okay, there it is. The AP poll, top 25, is back up on your screen. Okay, give me one that you think's out at the end of the year.
I will
From
go.
the top 10?
Top 25.
Top 25. Oh, okay.
I will start.
TCU, easy.
Yeah, TCU would be out 100%.
Yeah. I'm going to say Tulane.
I will go Tulane as well.
Well, they're going to probably lose to Ole Miss. That is a week 2 game, if memory serves.
It is.
And you're already at number 24. By the way, they open against South. It's no gimme that they beat South.
That's right. And then there's UTSA and maybe someone else in the American.
Yeah, I'm going to take Ole Miss out of this poll as well.
I think I would take Ole Miss out as well.
Well, I mean, they play Alabama week 4. They're probably going to be right about where they are right now when they play Alabama. So if you lose that game, you drop out. Now, how are you going to fight your way back in?
I'm going to take Oregon State out of this poll.
Ooh, I'm not.
No, I know you're not. You're not going to take any Pac-12 teams out.
I'm going to take Washington out. How about that?
Well, that's the one. If you made me pick a top 10 team,
me too.
I would take Washington, even though I've got them ranked. I just cannot. And again,
to fall out of this, once you're in the top 10, would take a 7-5, right?
Yeah.
No, 8-4 if you're a Washington.
Yeah, 8-4 Washington probably knocks them out.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, 8-4 would be best case.
And I'm not saying Ralph shuffled some deck chairs around to try to keep that streak going and a top 10 team falls out. But I would say if Texas was 10, I'd say nobody in the top 10 falls out. But with Washington there, Washington's like, I'd go Washington. They'd fall out.
I just can't imagine. Even if Penn State goes 8-4,
I know they're probably
still going to be in the top
in.
25.
Yeah, because of their strength of schedule.
I don't see 4 losses for Florida State, Clemson, USC, LSU, Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia. I just don't see it.
I know. I mean, again, we have this discussion every year, and I agree every year. I'm with Lance that, this is the year it's not going to happen, but every year it happens. Every single year.
We didn't talk gambling today, but Iowa players betting the under in Iowa football games last year is so Iowa football, isn't it?
But did you see what happened? The kid that bet the under scored the touchdown that put it over.
Yeah. Well, you got to give him credit for being an upstanding guy.
I mean, how much did he have on the under?
I don't know.
Would you rather score that collegiate touchdown?
Yeah.
Or would you rather get your $20 back on your under bet?
Plus, there was 4 minutes to go. Even if he runs out of bounds, they're probably still going to score.
Ball's in the air, and he's like, okay, I'll catch it. I'll catch it. All right. Glad to be back home, folks. Nothing like sweet home Alabama, but thank you again to all the fine folks at Ocean City for the 62nd time today. The guess is V Money's getting her own show. I'm not going to get into details.
You have to tune in and find out.
Yeah, not going to get into details. Richard, I'm going to read that one live.
So I'm going to bet against that.
I mean, we can go on and say no.
Yeah, so
that's
you're not getting engaged live at noon?
That's off the table. It's off the table. And we'll find out what's on the table when we gather here Wednesday. But we had a whole live show before then, 4 more hours tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.